Chapter 477 Combat. Chapter 477 Combat. As Gu Dongchen saw Xiao Ziliang and Qin Zijuan standing together, he sneered, "You two want to come together? I'm not afraid of you. Although I don't wish to initiate any internal conflicts before the Great War of the Three Realms, if there is any potential threat against our extreme martial sect, I will not hesitate to kill it to prevent it from being ambushed by these guys when the Three Realms War approaches." Xiao Ziliang had only pas, said the 7 Nirvana tribulations, hence Gu Dongchen could defeat him easily. Although Qin Zijuan also pas, said the 8 Nirvana tribulations, he could only reach a standstill if combating with Gu Dongchen to a standstill. At that time, Qin Zijuan was the sole ruler of the East Sea. Now, there were many great Nirvana realm 1. Tioniers from the East Sea. If a conflict really occurred, then there would definitely be a tsunami, and the entire carefree islands would eventually be drowned. Lien Yingxiao smiled as he played with the fan in his hand. He looked at Lu Menger and asked, "Aren't you going to help?" Seeing the expression in Lien Yingxiao's eyes, Lu Menger was secretly shocked. She felt that Lien Yingxiao had seen through the relations Hi+P between her and Chen Xiang, but she coldly said, "If this brat's master becomes crazy, the entire East Sea will be stirred up. He doesn't need my help." Lu Menger purposely raised her voice so that Qin Zijuan and Xiao Ziliang could hear. Huang Jintian's strength was unfathomable. Although there were many martial artists that had pas, said through the 8 Nirvana tribulations, the status of Huang Jintian still hadn't dropped. At present, Huang Jintian could be called the strongest martial artist in the mortal martial world. Superficially, Huang Jintian was imprisoned in the forbidden area, but he could come out if necessary. It's still the same word. Your people can kill Chen Xiang, and he can also kill your people. It is a grudge between them, while we should not interfere. What's more, your strength is so much stronger than that of Chen Xiang. Don't you feel ashamed to fight him altogether? There are rules in the mortal martial realm. Gu Dongchen claimed that he was not afraid of fighting with 2 more martial artists by himself alone. He became the headmaster of the extreme martial sect, and his master was a figure ascending into the sky. His strength was naturally not simple, and even Chen Xiang had never seen Gu Dongchen using his strongest strength. Chen Xiang glanced at the strong 1. Tioniers not far away and saw several people wearing a kind of fiery red soft armor. They were very eye-catching and looked as if their clothes were emitting a red glow, while those people were watching indifferently, as if they didn't care about what happened at all. What a nostalgic costume! I didn't expect that the people from the Fire God Shrine still wore such idiotic clothes. Su Meiyao's sigh was filled with vicissitudes of life. Could be known that she and Bai Yuyu were both antique-level characters. The Fire God Shrine had arrived at the mortal martial world. The speculation of Chen Xiang and his folks were basically the truth, but what would the Fire God Shrine do in the mortal martial world? At this moment, a middle-aged man from Fire God Shrine said indifferently, "The old generation should not interfere with the grudges between juniors." Hearing the Fire God Shrine man's words, Qin Zijuan and Xiao Ziliang immediately retreated, which made Chen Xiang extremely astonished. He could tell that the Fire God Shrine's people held a lot of weight in the eyes of these powerful men. Chen Xiang suddenly thought of the reason why the Fire God Shrine came here. Was it because they wanted to rule the entire mortal martial world? If that was the case, then once the Fire God Shrine expanded, all the people in the mortal martial world would have to do as they said, and they could do whatever they wanted. This was a force that specialized in stealing other people's fire souls. Chen Xiang didn't have any good feelings towards the Fire God Shrine. Is that Chen Xiang, the strongest young man in the mortal martial realm? A handsome young man with delicate features from the Fire God Shrine walked towards Chen Xiang. That's right, what can I do for you? When Chen Xiang saw the young man's arrogant attitude, he secretly felt displeased. Just as the hall master said, that this is a matter between juniors. Now I want to avenge for these two seniors. The young man from the Fire G.O.D. shrine said indifferently. Chen Xiang could tell that all of those strong Tioniers had interacted with the Fire God shrine before, and the Fire God shrine must have displayed their strength to them and made these Tioniers fear them. At this moment the surrounding Tioniers were secretly happy as they saw the young man from the Fire God shrine coming to challenge Chen Xiang. The door to the profound realm had not opened yet, so there was nothing wrong with watching the younger generation fighting. Moreover, it was a showdown between Chen Xiang and the Fire God shrine. How come do you think you deserve to challenge me? Do I know you? What's your relations? Hi+P with the three dead men? They wanted to kill me first, so it's right for me to seek them out for revenge. Chen Xiang's tone was filled with disdain. The posturing of this young man from the Fire God shrine was something he extremely disliked. The middle-aged hall master of Fire God shrine frowned slightly. However, he did not consider it serious as he thought that Chen Xiang didn't know the Fire God shrine's strength. It was normal for the young man to be arrogant, especially the person who was ranked the first in the entire mortal martial world. However, those who knew Chen Xiang well knew that he was definitely not an arrogant person. Moreover, he was indeed very strong, and people who shew arrogance in front of him usually suffer losses. Chen Xiang didn't want to fight anymore because he had the heaven-earth fire soul. It would be troublesome if the Fire God shrine found out. Humph, it seems that you are just SOSO. I have traveled with the hall master dozens of worlds, including many worlds that are stronger than the mortal martial world. In those worlds, the so-called strongest young martial artist has just gotten a tough mouth. All of them were defeated by me in the end. The young man from the Fire God shrine sneered. When they heard the young man mentioning that he had traveled in dozens of worlds, those strong Nirvana realm Tioniers were moved again. They had only traveled in a few dozen of continents, at most, but this young man traveled in dozens of world. Oh! Chen Xiang responded with indifference. He did not take the words seriously. He already had a Luotian door, so he could take the revenge later if he had the power, let alone the young man of the Fire God shrine got an entire Fire God shrine behind him. It was not him strength, but just good luck. When the young man saw the envious gazes of those experts, he was elated. However, Chen Xiang's indifferent reaction made him feel annoyed. Chen Xiang did not pretend to show that. He simply didn't take it seriously. It seems that your esteemed is already the #1 martial artist in the world. I really don't dare to compete with you in case my life would be taken. I don't think anyone in this world will be able to defeat you. It is better for you to ascend to the heavenly realm as soon as possible. Chen Xiang sarcastically said. Chen Xiang intended to tell him that those who could not ascend into the sky had nothing to brag about. This also caused some of the strong Tioniers to be extremely embarrassed, because many of them were suppressing their cultivation and did not dare to rise in order to avoid the nirvana tribulation. Even though it was said that to live maliciously was better than die with bleakness, living a life that was sometimes too stifled was not a good thing either. Chen Xiang, it seems like you're nothing more than a despicable and shameless villain. It seems to me that you must have used some extremely vicious and sinister tactics to win those martial art contests. The young man said in a loud voice, and he was slightly angry. Chen Xiang frowned and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at the youth and said, "Fucku." His fist was as fast as lightning, wrapped in a layer of white mist, and directly hit the young man's face. The youth who was caught off guard was instantly sent flying after being attacked by a fist full of dragon force. Blood and teeth gushed out of his mouth. Actually, many teeth of him were shattered off by a single punch. Who would dare to challenge the dragon force? Chapter 478 The Rival of Flame. Chapter 478 The Rival of Flame. Chen Xiang's sudden punch stunned everyone. The several middle-aged men from Fire Go D Shrine frowned and shew a slightly angry expression. The youth that was sent flying by Chen Xiang was even more furious. Now do you see, I am indeed a despicable and shameless person. Chen Xiang took out a piece of cloth and wiped his fist. He then threw the cloth on the ground and spat, "Right now we too have a deep grudge. If you challenge me, I will accept it." The middle-aged men of Fire Go D Shrine were all furious. They wanted to slap Chen Xiang to death, but they had said earlier that this was a matter for the younger generation and the elders should not take any action. If they did, then they would have to eat their words. This scene made Gu Dongchen and the others secretly laugh. The people of the Fire God Shrine could be said to be throwing stones at their feet, while Qin Zijuan and Xiao Ziliang both hoped that Chen Xiang would beat up the youth from the Fire God Shrine. This way, the Fire God Shrine would hate Chen Xiang, and they could attract Chen Xiang to their side as they had the same enemy. Chen Xiang's punch was really heavy. He condensed the dragon force onto his fist and gave a violent punch with extremely fast speed. The young man's fair face swelled up from Chen Xiang's blows. After he fell on the ground, he jumped up and roared at Chen Xiang, "Chen Xiang, I want to fight you to the death. Isn't it merely a life and death battle? Come on." Chen Xiang said with indifference. He has seen too many young and arrogant men like the young man. Moreover, he always made such individuals to suffer before, and some of them were even been killed by him. "My name is Tai Longhao, you better remember this in case when you meet the king of Hell. Isn't it just a battle of life and death? Why are you talking so much?" Chen Xiang impatiently interrupted him and said, "It's useless even if you tell me your name. The person I killed will soon be forgotten by me. Those who died in my hands do not deserve me to remember their names." Tai Longhao originally thought he was arrogant enough, but Chen Xiang was even more arrogant than he was. This made him even more furious. He clenched his fists tightly as he saw the few white teeth in the pool of blood on the ground, and hatred were filled in his mind. This was the first time someone that his teeth got knocked out. Although he hadn't gotten any serious injuries, his image as a beautiful man was completely destroyed. That was something that Tai Longhao could not bear. "Chen Xiang, I will always remember you." Tai Longhao roared and slowly walked towards Chen Xiang. With every step he took, a wave of scorching true qi condensed under his feet, leaving numerous footprints dispersing hot gas on the ground. Of course, men of Fire God Shrine used fire. At present, however, Chen Xiang had a heaven-earth fire soul that was even more powerful than the heavenly fire soul, while martial artists who cultivated fire were no match for him. Chen Xiang laughed. "You don't need to be polite. Actually, you should thank me for not knocking out your front teeth. Otherwise, you would have died in an even uglier manner." Such kind of rampant provocation made even Lu Menger slightly frown. Of course, she knew that Chen Xiang was purposely provoking Tai Longhao. However, this would arouse the hatred within Fire God Shrine. She absolutely knew how powerful the Fire God Shrine was. Go death! Tai Longhao was truly enraged. His eyes were blazing with flame and blue veins extended on his forehead. He really wanted to skin Chen Xiang alive. Along with explosive roar, Tai Longhao suddenly disappeared in front of Chen Xiang, then a crackling explosion promptly rang out. Chen Xiang only felt an extremely scorching wave of air behind him. With an extremely high speed, Tai Longhao quickly moved behind Chen Xiang and launched a fierce fist of fire. Chen Xiang condensed his true qi into his legs and surged it to the bottom of his feet. As the ground trembled, his feet sank into the ground and he stood firmly on the spot. In the meanwhile, a huge flaming fist suddenly appeared and struck towards Chen Xiang's back. Humph! Chen Xiang did not dodge but only grunted. He did not do anything to block the attack. Actually, he used his body to take the fierce fist of fire. The fist of fire berserkly hit Chen Xiang's back, causing a violent explosion. The flame bursted out and generated a huge mushroom-shaped flame that enveloped Chen Xiang inside. Just as Tai Longhao successfully punched Chen Xiang, he hurriedly leaped into the distance and looked at Chen Xiang with a sneer on his face. The flames burned crazily, while the scorching heat enveloped the entire seabed island. Still, Chen Xiang's aura completely disappeared. Those middle-aged men from Fire God Shrine were very satisfied with Tai Longhao's attack when they saw the astonished expressions on those Pioners' faces. What a strong flame! Just how many fire divine veins are required to do it? An old man exclaimed. Don't tell me there are 2 divine veins? Another middle-aged man said. The speed and flame performed by Tai Longhao appealed to waves of praise from those strong Pioners, because Tai Longhao was also a young martial artist who had just entered the spiritual martial realm, and he was indeed very powerful as he could make such action. Lu Menger said in a low voice. He must have a fire soul to generate such kind of flame. She was the only female here, and her beautiful voice was also extremely pleasing to the ears. Very quickly, it reached the ears of many people, and when they heard that it was the legendary flames, the crowd was even more astonished. No wondering that you are an expert of fire usage. Good insight. A middle-aged man from the Fire Temple Shrine praised. He was looking at Lu Menger with fiery lights. A woman like Lu Menger was the target of many strong Pioners to pursue. However, everyone knew it clearly that Lu Menger's strength was unfathomable. Don't celebrate too early, Lu Menger coldly said. After the flames that enveloped SPAC dispersed, everyone saw the disheveled Chen Xiang standing there. Chen Xiang's upper body was somewhat charred, but he looked more charming with his strong and perfect muscles. Chen Xiang lightly sighed. It's nothing much. With his 18th stage immortal demon body and the heaven-earth fire soul in it, he would be unobstructed even in the Earth's core, let alone the flames released by a mere human. It was only tickling him. Now, everyone understood why they couldn't sense Chen Xiang's aura. It was because Chen Xiang didn't use his true qi to block the flame. What did this mean? This meant that Chen Xiang could withstand the flames that Tai Longhao was proud of just with his flesh body. Lu Menger and Gu Dongchen, who were very familiar with Chen Xiang, were also extremely surprised. They knew that Chen Xiang's flesh body had reached another level. They were only curious as to how Chen Xiang cultivated his physical body. Lu Menger immediately thought of the black turtle body strengthening technique. She had seen the divine practice before and knew that it could strengthen a person's body in a short period of time. However, the process was very painful that an ordinary person could not endure. Lu Menger had once used molten iron to refine Chen Xiang's body. When she thought of this, her heart throbbed with pain, because she knew that Chen Xiang must have gone through an inhumane torture to possess such a powerful body. Those middle-aged men of Fire God Shrine all had stern expressions. Now they knew that Chen Xiang was not such arrogant for nothing. They had been to many worlds, but this was the first time they met a prodigy like Chen Xiang. Tai Longhao's brows were tightly knitted together as he clenched his fists closely. Chen Xiang had only used his flesh body to withstand his strong punch, which suggested that his attack didn't have any effect on Chen Xiang at all. However, Chen Xiang's attack was able to knock out his teeth. Chapter 479 Falling Out. Chapter 479 Falling Out. Tai Longhao did not give in. He quickly moved and arrived in front of Chen Xiang, then threw another punch at him. An extremely huge fire fist, just like volcano eruption, suddenly exploded out and landed on Chen Xiang's body. With a rumbling sound, Chen Xiang was once again enveloped by a huge ball of intense flames. Tai Longhao had used more than half of his true qi to make that punch. He was very satisfied with his punch, especially when he felt the hot true qi that made him feel proud, which made he knowing how powerful his punch was. If Tai Longhao had used true qi with thunder or other types of attributes to attack Chen Xiang would not have been able to withstand it so easily. However, flames were the least feared by Chen Xiang. Since he had the formidable heaven-earth fire soul, any flame could not hurt him no matter how powerful the flame was. The most powerful flames in all the worlds was at the Earth's core. Chen Xiang could move around in the Earth's core without the black tortoise armament armor, not to mention the flame in front of him. Even the flames released by a Nirvana realm martial prac. One Tionier couldn't hurt him. Of course, if someone's skill was powerful enough for him or her to turn fire attribute true qi into another kind of powerful force, it would still be a threat to him. Chen Xiang walked out of the blazing fire with a cool sneer on his face and his fists clenched. Tai Longhao instantly felt a new fear as he saw Chen Xiang walking out unscathed. His such a powerful attack was unable to hurt him. He suspected that Chen Xiang might have entered the second stage of the extreme realm, the soul martial realm. "It's my turn." Chen Xiang laughed loudly. His figure was like the wind as he flew over. His fist that was filled with dragon force turned into a huge white tiger head, emitting a fierce, killing intent. As Chen Xiang flew over, he ferociously smashed his fists like a light dancing in the air. An overwhelming killing intent enveloped Tai Longhao. Tai Longhao's speed and reaction were both very fast. However, the moment he jumped up, he was dragged down by the water vines that Chen Xiang released. After he landed on the ground, Chen Xiang's violent fist punched on his body like countless raindrops that eroded his flesh and took out his vitality. In just a few breaths of time, Tai Longhao's face turned into deathly pale. As he let out mournful howls, his bones exploded inch by inch. His dantian had been destroyed by the violent dragon force. Right now, Chen Xiang was using his dragon force to punch Tai Longhao on his head, abdomen and chest, and all his internal organs had been shattered, while his tissues and muscles were serenely injured and his vitality was corroded by the rich killing intent. "Stop!" The Hall Master of the Fire D Shrine could no longer bear watching any longer. With a loud roar, he waved his sleeves and released a violent force that flew towards Chen Xiang. His sudden attack was unexpected, while Gu Dongchen had already flew over to block it, but the Hall Master moved too quickly. The invisible energy that he released was like a blade that spiraled and slashed towards Chen Xiang's neck. Seeing the Hall Master's tactics was so viciously, Chen Xiang was infuriated. With a tyrannical roar, the white dragon on his left arm exploded with white light. He threw a punch towards the incoming powerful force. The fist howled like a dragon as it smashed towards the incoming force. A loud explosion rang out as blood shot out from Chen Xiang's mouth. The ground cracked and a formless energy swept in all directions. The surrounding rocks were all crushed into dust by the powerful energy. Chen Xiang was actually able to block the Hall Master's attack. The Hall Master was slightly startled as he leaped up and flew over. However, Gu Dongchen suddenly appeared in front of his way. This time, Chen Xiang's arm that was covered in white dragon tattoo exploded again. Long Shui converted her strength into dragon force and continuously infused it into Chen Xiang's arm. She was lending her power to Chen Xiang. Right now, Long Shui was using an extremely pure dragon force, while she was attaching to Chen Xiang's body. This power made Chen Xiang feel as if it was his, and when he felt the dragon force that Long Shui had lent him, the blood in his body started to boil. He stamped on his feet and jumped to Tai Longhao, who had fell on the ground like mud. "Go death!" Chen Xiang let out a furious roar like an angry dragon. His left arm was more like being possessed by a white dragon, and on the top of his fist was a stern and angry dragon head. "Stop!" the men from Fire G. O. D Shrine shouted out loud simultaneously, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't stop him. Chen Xiang's fist had already punched on Tai Longhao's head, SMA's HI+ing it into pieces, while the furious wind of fist squeezed Tai Longhao's body into jam. Dead. Tai Longhao was dead. The young man who was brought along by the Fire God Shrine and had a fire soul in his body must be nurtured by the Fire God Shrine with priority, but he was now being beaten into a meat patty by Chen Xiang. The surrounding experts couldn't help but SHI+ver. They felt that Chen Xiang was even crazier than Huang Jintian. He was actually so reckless. As matters stood, Gu Dongchen could only help Chen Xiang to clean up the mess. Although the Fire God Shrine was very strong, he was only cautious and never afraid of them. Lu Menger had been ready. She never antic. 1p. Aided that Chen Xiang would conduct such fierce actions as he knew that the opponent was the Fire God Shrine. Although she blamed Chen Xiang in her mind, she was secretly happy. Even though Chen Xiang's performance was insane, she admired him very much. Moreover, the Hall Master of Fire God Shrine also took a heavy attack against Chen Xiang earlier. If he was unable to block that Hall Master's attack, he might have been seriously injured by now. All of the strong Prac-1 Tioniers were stunned by Chen Xiang's strength once again. What the H.E.L. is this Fire God Shrine? Just a moment ago, you said that you don't want to interfere in the matters of the younger generation, but why did you attack me? You are a prestigious Nirvana realm martial artist, but you took such a heavy hand on me, who is merely at the spiritual martial realm. You guys will only be a laughingstock for people all around the world. Chen Xiang coldly said. Nevertheless, he wouldn't have been able to block that attack if Long Shui did not lend him the dragon force. Gu Dongchen's face fell down. Hall Master of the Fire God Shrine, don't go too far. All of you just heard that it was a life and death battle, and they both volunteered for it. You were so harsh on my junior master. You simply didn't put our extreme martial sect in your eyes. As for the alliance that you mentioned earlier, we, the extreme martial sect, will not partake. 1p8. We will never ally with guys like you. Only the extreme martial sect would dare to say such words to the Fire God Shrine. Judging from Gu Dongchen's posture, he was prepared to go all out with the Fire God Shrine. Many of the heavyweights knew that if they were to ally with the Fire God Shrine, they would be bound by the Fire God Shrine, which would make them feel very sullen. Right now, they got the lead of the extreme martial sect to resist it, while Lu Menger from the Divine Martial Palace also immediately said, "That's right, we Divine Martial Palace will also not ally with a sect that eat its words." The Hall Master of the Fire God Shrine was furious. Now, he finally felt Qin Zijuan's anger. He said sinisterly, "Aren't you afraid of the Fire God Shrine?" Lian Yingxiao waved his fan and smiled. "No, we really aren't afraid of that. If you got the guts, then come. How about you call the Fire God Shrine from all over the world to contest with us?" Chapter 480 The Profound Realm Opened. Chapter 480 The Profound Realm Opened. Lan Shan felt that it was a very enjoyable show, but since Chen Xiang did him a favor before and he had a good relations, HI+P with Gu Dongchen, he also came to mediate the situation. This is only a matter for the younger generation. It's not good for senior generations to make a huge ruckus due to matters of younger generation. Hall Master of Fire God Shrine, didn't you just say that? Wan, Ji Quan, Xiao Ziliang, and Qin Ziyun were all eager for them to fight to the death, especially Qin Zijuan from the Holy Light sect. His sect had conquered the East Sea, while Chunwu continent was the only land they had not conquered. Now there came a formidable fire god shrine that wished to rule the entire mortal martial realm. It would be advantageous for him if they started fighting. No matter what, Lu Menjie always supported Chen Xiang, since Chen Xiang was her love. As the hall master of the fire god shrine looked at the rotten flesh that was stuck together with the mud, he shouted out a furious roar and released a ball of fire that burnt Tai Longhao's body to ashes. A young man with a fire soul died just like that. This caused many strong 1. Tioniers to feel pity. All the magnates of the mortal martial realm had their own forces. In their territory they were the emperors, but now the fire god shrine suddenly appeared and asked them to follow its order. They would not like to do it at all, and they would definitely join the resistance if someone came to lead. The more people there were, the stronger the force. The hall master of the fire god shrine felt secret hatred. He furiously glared at Chen Xiang, then returned to those middle-aged men of fire god shrine. They knew exactly what the magnates of the mortal martial realm were thinking at this moment. If they pushed too hard, Gu Dongchen might initiate a resistance, while other magnates would definitely join him. If that happened, the folks of fire god shrine would be wiped out right there. Now that the Great War of the Three Realms was about to begin, it was impossible to summon the fire god shrine in other worlds. Those fire god shrines in Otherworld had successfully deployed their forces. They were all controlling huge amounts of resources, and it would be a tremendous loss if they retreat out of those places. Chen Xiang took out a piece of clothes and put it on. He wiped his face and said, "Back then, my master was so powerful that he didn't even think of exaggerating the power of the extreme martial sect to all the continents. He definitely has the power to do it. Right now, a foreign fire god shrine that has made no contribution to the entire mortal martial realm wants to take over all the resources here. It is just a dream." What Chen Xiang said was what those magnates were thinking. All continents in the mortal martial realm had developed so well, why should they give it away to others? If anyone wants to do this, we, the extreme martial sect, will fight them at all costs. Gu Dongchen said loudly. At the same time, he looked towards Qin Zijuan, whose holy light sect had ruled the entire East Sea. He decided to annihilate such a risk before he ascended to the heaven. The hall master of fire god shrine snorted coldly, "We only want to help you fight against the fiendish demons and make you come together." Lu Menjie sneered, "We have already united, so we do not need your help. Moreover, you only have a few thousand apprentices. Are you really willing to use them? It seems to me that you want to take over the entire world, as we are heavily injured in the Great War of the Three Realms. It seems like the you guys from the fire god shrine is really dangerous. We can't sleep after all this trouble." Lien Yingxiao said with a smile. The people of the fire god shrine were expressionless because Lu Menjie and Yingxiao were right. They had never thought that the people of the mortal martial world would be so united. The reason they were so united now was mostly because of Huang Jintian. Huang Jintian was still here, and he would definitely came out ff the mortal martial world was in an extreme chaos. Huang Jintian traveled everywhere in the past and challenged those magnates everywhere. He had never lost, so those magnates were all very afraid of him. At present, even though the people of the fire god shrine were receiving disgusting looks, they still stayed here. They knew and they were waiting for the White Tiger's profound realm to open. Since they were already here, they must go in and take a look. Chen Xiang stood beside Gu Dongchen and quietly waited with the crowd. The whirlpool also devoured the violent and tyrannical spirit qi, which would disappear into thin air after being absorbed in. Soon, everyone felt that the SPAC was moving abnormally. A place in the island was slowly splitting up, and a huge crack appeared. Endless death energy and fearful killing intent gushed out from it, causing all the people to feel extreme fear with their backs turning cold. The white tiger was the god of slaughter. After millions of years of killing, it had mulat an extremely terrifying killing intent. While the environment in the white tiger profound realm was clearly built according to the white tiger divine beast, Chen Xiang couldn't help but wonder, did someone build this white tiger profound realm? Qin Zijuan, have you guys entered it yet? Lan Shan asked. He was worried that there might be some powerful guys inside, as he felt such an intense killing intent. Not really. We only sent people to guard this place and wait for a proper time to go in and investigate. We sent more than 10 people in to investigate, and only one came out, and that one was even 100 cultivation realm. Qin Zijuan said. At this time, Xiao Ziliang also said, I feel that even we old fellows could not cope with the danger concealed within it. Nevertheless, since we have so many people here, let's go in and check it up. Lianing Xiao asked, didn't you just say that one person came out alive? Did he say anything about what was going on inside? The one who came out alive has gone crazy, and he lost all his cultivation. Qin Zijuan let out a heavy sigh. Gu Dongchen looked at Chen Xiang and said, Junior Master, you better not go in. If anything happens to you, your master, this old lunatic, will definitely kill me. Chen Xiang curled his lips and said, I am the one who released the news so you could come here. I'm not afraid of anything inside. Lu Menjie was not worried as well. She knew that Chen Xiang was destined to be the master of the 4 symbols divine weapon. Even though one of these divine weapons belonged to her right now, that was only because the divine weapon had followed her for many years that it recognized her place, and it did not entirely fuse with her until Chen Xiang gave a hand. Remembering how she fused with the vermilion bird string, Lu Menjie couldn't help but to grunt in her heart. Let's go, Lan Shan said. He was a Nirvana realm martial artist, so he wasn't afraid by nature. Gu Dongchen had no choice but to have Chen Xiang follow closely behind him and followed the group towards the crack. Little bustard, were you attacked by the people who were lying in ambush here? Lu Menjie used her spiritual sense to inquire. Although she knew that Chen Xiang was fine right now, she still blamed herself, since she promised come with Chen Xiang together. Yeah, but I still managed to escape and hide in a place to recuperate. I'm fine now. Chen Xiang replied. Is it all right that you call so many people over? What if the white tiger divine weapon is taken away? Lu Menjie was worried. Don't worry. That white tiger divine weapon is definitely mine. Chen Xiang was extremely confident. The interior of the white tiger profound realm was very beautiful. There were mountains, waters, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. It was full of vitality, but an invisible aura of killing intent and death shrouded the skies. Now that Chen Xiang encountered a problem, he had no idea where the white tiger divine weapon was located. Chapter 481 Death Storm. Chapter 481 Death Storm. The crowd stood on top of a tall hill. What surprised them was that the spatial crack behind them had disappeared, which meant that they were temporarily trapped within the white tiger profound realm, and they must wait for 2 months until the big whirlpool opened again to get out of there. Of course, Chen Xiang had already marked a target point on the Luotian door. With his current strength, it would be very easy for him to escape from the profound realm. Where should we go? This profound realm is really big. It's the biggest profound realm I've ever seen. Lan Shan said with excitement. The killing intent and death aura were both heavy here, as well as the spirit qi, which was much denser than that in any profound realm he ever had seen before, which meant there must be a lot of treasures in it. There were over 100 people here, and they could be divided into several groups. Just as everyone began to search for groups, a gentle breeze suddenly blew out. Be careful, it is the tyrannical devil storm. Long Shui suddenly shouted. The tyrannical devil storm. Chen Xiang heard that from Bai Yuyu before. It was a natural phenomenon that frequently appeared in the devil world. It was formed usually at a place where killing intent, death aura, and spirit chi were very dense. When these three different kinds of intangible energies merged together, it would create a terrifying tyrannical devil wind. Chen Xiang also read about it in books. However, in the mortal world, it was known as the death storm. It was a type of strong wind that carried a sharp saber-like astral wind, and wherever it went, any architectures would be razed to the ground. Any places that it blew out would lose all vitalities and shew a scene of death. The death storm is coming. Chen Xiang shouted out loud. Although the majority of the people here belonged to the Holy Light sect, there were also some magnates from other seas and the Qinwu continent. All of them were stunned as they heard the word death storm. They immediately looked around, only to see that in the distance around them, clumps of black gas suddenly appeared. The black gas bared its fangs and brandished its claws, as if it was a demon, forming a huge black tornado that connected the heaven and earth. Waves of thick, black clouds also immediately covered the sky. Endless killing intent and death aura dispersed in the sky, like a curtain of death that came plussing down, causing everyone to be breathless. Junior Master Gu Dongchen yelled and was about to extend his hand to grab Chen Xiang, but he was a step too slow. Everyone was pulled by an invisible force and dispersed. They were all sucked away by a strong suction force and swept into the huge tornado in all directions. Chen Xiang hurriedly urged the wind attribute energy in his body to fuse him with the violent and strong air current. This way, he would be able to barely control his body. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than 100 strong pract. 1. Tioniers of the Nirvana realm had been sucked away to somewhere unknown. More and more huge black tornadoes appeared around them. Promptly, all the beautiful mountains and trees were sucked into the terrifying tornado. The entire place had become a sea of death tornado. At a glance, one could see that these tornadoes were like giant pillars that connected the heavens and the earth. This is really a tyrannical devil storm. Currently, only Chen Xiang was not sucked into the tornado. However, it was difficult for him to escape from the powerful suction force. His body could not help but float in a certain direction. The terrifying astral wind was like a sharp blade. If Chen Xiang didn't have the black tortoise armament armor, he would have been cut into pieces by the countless blades formed from the astral winds. Chen Xiang did not withstand for a long time before he was sucked in by the huge tornado with thousands of feet of width. His body was protected by the black tornado armament armor, so he did not suffer any damage. However, these winds contained all sorts of tyrannical consciousness, just like the howls of ghosts and wolves, wanting to drill into Chen Xiang consciousness and devour his soul. Now Chen Xiang knows why the person who came out would go crazy. After suffering such a mental attack, the person's consciousness would be devoured and he would inevitably turn crazy. Fortunately, Chen Xiang was cultivating the divine path, therefore his divine sense was abnormally strong, no to mention that he possessed magic force that was times stronger than the divine sense. He did not know how long it would take for the storm to stop, so he could only circulate the 9 revolving dragon divine technique to absorb the tyrannical spiritual energy from the tornado. Although the energy was extremely violent and filled with evil consciousness, it turned into a very pure spiritual energy being refined by Chen Xiang through 9 revolving dragon divine technique. That was also what Long Shui told him to do. This way, he could take the opportunity to cultivate the divine path, because right now, he had many spiritual powers ready for him to absorb. The storm lasted for 3 days. Countless giant death tornadoes whirled crazily as they moved quickly, leading the people to different places. When the tornado collapsed, there was a strong explosion of air, causing everything inside to gush out in all directions. Originally, Chen Xiang had discovered that there were several Nirvana realm pract. 1. Tioniers in the same tornado as him. However, after that explosion, they were split up even further away. Chen Xiang was blown into a forest. Recalling how he was instantly thrown to this place by the power of the qi earlier, he could not help being emotional. Is this the power of nature? Humans are truly unable to contend against it. It was already very fortunate that he could survive. Now, Chen Xiang had to find Lu Menger and Gu Dongchen first. All the people was scattered, and if Chen Xiang met Qin Zijuan, Xiao Ziliang, or those people from the Fire God Shrine, he would definitely be killed. D.A.M. Ned, this white tiger profound realm is too terrifying. Chen Xiang cursed as he took out a talisman that Lu Menger gave him. This was a communication spirit talisman. It could only be used once, while if Chen Xiang couldn't send a message due to excessive distance, then it would be a waste. Now, he had only one of it. I hope Sister Menger is nearby. Chen Xiang activated the talisman, which then ignited into flames. At the same time, he infilled his message into the talisman and delivered it out. In a desolate mountain full of tall hills, Lu Menger was standing on top of a hill. Suddenly, one of her talismans started to move. She took it out then the talisman bursted out with flames. She received the message from Chen Xiang, and at the same time, she also knew which direction the message came from. Knowing that Chen Xiang was fine, Lu Menger felt relieved. She let out a sigh of relief and flew off in a certain direction. Chen Xiang waited at the same spot for more than 6 hours before he sensed Lu Menger's aura. They hastily leaped into the air and landed on Lu Menger's jade lotus frisbee. Little rascal, I'm so worried for you. As Lu Menger saw that Chen Xiang was safe, she hurriedly rushed over and hugged him tightly. Chen Xiang kissed her forehead and laughed. How could I die so easily? Lu Menger let the jade lotus frisbee descend into the forest. Chen Xiang looked around with a mischievous smile on his face. He licked his lips and laughed. Sister Menger, right now, there are only 2 of us. Without the presence as an empress, Lu Menger coquettishly pouted. Her face was slightly reddish as she gently closed her eyes and started kissing with Chen Xiang. At this moment, Gu Dongchen was in a swamp shrouded in black fogs. While enduring the stench that made him want to puke, he yelled, "Junior Master! Where are you?" Junior Master! If Gu Dongchen knew that his junior master was hugging and kissing a pretty girl and enjoying the tender and flirtatious grace of an empress, he would definitely be angered to the point of vomiting bile. Chapter 482 A Land with Ice and Snow. Chapter 482 A Land with Ice and Snow. Chen Xiang greedily sucked the fragrant saliva in Lu Menger's mouth and intertwined with her soft tongue. One of his hands unobediently moved onto Lu Menger's breast and gently kneaded around the firm, white rabbit, through her thin white clothes. Lu Menger felt her sensitive part being pinched by Chen Xiang, which made her tremble. Meanwhile, Chen Xiang's other hand was hugging her tightly, preventing her from escaping. At first, Lu Menger struggled a little bit, but when she thought about how her relations, Hi+P with Chen Xiang had already developed to this point, not to mention that Chen Xiang had seen her pair of beautiful rabbits before, she knew that Chen Xiang was enchanted by her proud prided Erast. She sighed in her heart and continued kissing Chen Xiang. At the same time, she let out an extremely weak moan. This made Chen Xiang unable to control himself. Some part of his body had grown up, and his hand was unrestrainedly kneading the huge, soft rabbits, and kneaded it into various shapes. Occasionally, he would even knead that small its. The wonderful feeling made him satisfied inside. He would like to keep knead those its for a lifetime. Lu Menger felt that Chen Xiang's body was getting hotter and hotter, and his force became increasingly larger. She knew that Chen Xiang was highly turned on at the moment, while she was worried that they would go overboard if they continued. She was not ready for that kind of things yet. Rascal, it hurts. Lu Menger let out a soft snort and lightly patted Chen Xiang's naughty hand. Although Chen Xiang touched her body through her clothes, Lu Menger still felt very shy. She lowered her head, with her face suffusing with an intoxicating red glow. She lightly said, "Humph, I allowed you to touch me while you made me feel so much pain. You really don't know how to cherish a girl." Chen Xiang held Lu Menjur in his arms and took a few deep breaths. He suppressed the evil fire in his mind. He also knew that they shouldn't go overboard, and he wanted Lu Menjur to follow him properly and not secretly give him her body. He felt that it would let her down. "Sister Menjur, I'm sorry. I can't control it for the time being." Chen Xiang laughed as he apologized. "You must have had enough." Lu Menjur snorted lightly as she laid in Chen Xiang's embrace, feeling the strong manly aura from his body. "Not really," Chen Xiang answered in honesty. He felt that it would never be enough for him to stroke her body. Lu Menjur pinched Chen Xiang's pectorals with force. "You little rascal, you really make me to worry about you. It's great now, since you've offended the Fire God Shrine." Chen Xiang stroked Lu Menjur's beautiful hair as he asked, "Did Gu Dongchen ask you back to tell him about the Fire God Shrine?" Lu Menjur nodded. He summoned all the powerful magnates in the Qinwu continent to discuss whether they should ally with the Fire God Shrine, but nothing came of it. In the end, we even made a trip to the King's continent. The Fire God Shrine is there at present. The Fire God Shrine invited us to go there. They shew their strength, and they are indeed very strong, especially those apprentices. Chen Xiang said, "The Fire God Shrine definitely has no good intentions. Right now, they are trying to rope people herein. It won't take a long time before many people join them. They still don't know that I have a fire soul. They used divine censor to probe me as they saw me for the first time, but they didn't notice it. They are really looking for someone with fire souls. I wonder what the consequences will be if they find out." Lu Menjur was worried because her parents had told her to be careful of the Fire God Shrine. "Just keep hiding." Chen Xiang patted her back and said, "You don't need to worry about me. If I want to hide, no one will be able to find me." There were too many places that Chen Xiang could hide, and no one would dare to go even if they knew where he was hiding. Of course, it did not feel good at all to hide. If he had enough strength, he could kill anyone who wanted to take his life. Lu Menjur kissed Chen Xiang's lips and stroked his handsome face. She softly said, "Even though you're a little rascal, I still don't want to lose you." Chen Xiang suddenly pinched the pink lotus on her breast and said with a naughty smile, "With a beautiful girl like you, I must not die." Lu Menjur let out a groan and slapped away Chen Xiang's bad hand. "Let's find the white tiger divine weapon first. Now, take out your 2 divine weapons." Chen Xiang nodded his head and called out the azure dragon subduing devil saber. The august golden black tortoise armament armor also appeared on his body, making him appear to be extremely domineering and handsome and causing Lu Menjur to be dumbfounded as her beautiful eyes flashed with splendor. The last time she felt complicated emotions on Chen Xiang was as he put on the black tortoise armament armor. Now she realized that she fell in love to him at that time. Lu Menjur laughed lightly. "Little rascal, you really looks like a man when you wear this armor." As she spoke, the vermilion bird string appeared in her hand, and the countless strands melded together and turned into a fluttering ribbon. As the 3 divine weapons approached, Chen Xiang and Lu Menjur immediately sensed that there was something summoning them from a direction, and that was location of White Tiger divine weapon. After finding out the direction, they were all very happy. They put away their divine weapons and advanced towards that direction. Flying in the sky is too eye-catching. This White Tiger profound realm is definitely not so simple. Right now, both you and I are being closely watched by the Fire God Shrine, so we better walk on land. Lu Menjur said. "Sister Menjur, can you teach me your frost wind divine exercise?" Chen Xiang asked because Bai Yuyu was very suitable to learn this divine exercise, and she was really eager to get it. "Of course," Lu Menjur responded. Chen Xiang and Bai Yuyu were both surprised that Lu Menjie could agree so readily. Both Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao were very joyful. Su Meiyao knew that Bai Yu would become even stronger after learning this divine exercise. Originally, she thought that Bai Yuyu must dissolute her ruthless devil exercise, but out of everyone's expectation that Chen Xiang opened up the knot in her heart, then all her emotions and desires came back to her. However, she could not continue cultivating the ruthless devil exercise and could only use other powerful martial arts to make up for it. Remember this well. I'll tell you the chant. It's not much, but it's very profound. It's impossible to understand it without several thousand years of cultivation. Lu Menjie did not ask why Chen Xiang wanted to learn it, but she trusted Chen Xiang very much. Not to mention that the vermilion bird divine exercise that Chen Xiang taught her was also very powerful and helped her a lot. Following that, Lu Menjie began to teach Chen Xiang the chant, while Chen Xiang also carefully memorized it. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu could both hear it. They could only remember it after hearing it only once. There were not many words in the chant, and Lu Menjie taught all of it within 5 days. For a divine technique, this was very rare. And during the process of memorizing the chant, there were many things that Chen Xiang didn't understand. The frost-wind divine exercise was not suitable for him to cultivate, so he did not need to understand it. He knew that Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu could definitely understand it. Chen Xiang and Lu Menjie walked very slow. They speeded up their pace only after Chen Xiang learnt the frost-wind divine exercise. After crossing a high mountain, they saw endless snow mountains in front of them. Those mountains were covered in white snow and filled with freezing cold, and the cold wind would blow over accompanied by a wave of cold, killing intent. Suddenly, Bai Zhenjin, who was in Chen Xiang's Xian beast bag, let out a roar. "Master, I feel that this place is very amicable. I feel like I have a companion here." The companion of a white tiger was, of course, another white tiger. Could it be that a white tiger tribe resided within the white tiger profound realm? C483 The White Tiger Battle Clan. C483 The White Tiger Battle Clan. Chen Xiang took out the Xian beast bag and released Bai Zhenjin out. Lu Menjie was surprised as she saw Chen Xiang releasing a white tiger. She could tell that the white tiger was very powerful and would soon be promoted to a Xian beast. "Zhenjin, can you take us there?" Chen Xiang asked the white tiger with his divine sense. He guessed that the white tiger divine weapon must have something to do with the white tiger clan. It was very likely that the white tiger divine weapon was being protected by them. Bai Zhenjin nodded and said, "Master, don't worry. When you get there, I will ask them not attack you. The white tiger clan here thinks highly of their companions. You are my master, so they won't kill you. Because I will follow you if you die." Chen Xiang was secretly worried in his heart. However, he still believed in Bai Zhenjin's words. "My parents might be here as well," Bai Zhenjin said with some scary, then ran forward. It was obvious that she missed her parents very much. Chen Xiang dragged Lu Menjie and flew away. Lu Menjie asked, "Looks like the Xian beast bag was created by me. I gave it to a goblin called Hua Xiangyu. How come it is in your hands now, and you even subdued a small white tiger within it?" "Xiangyue brought me to subdue it. That was a long time ago," Chen Xiang said. "Heh, you actually have so many secrets with Hua Xiangyue," Lu Menjie said in jealousy. Then she asked, "At the last Hero A's symbol, there were 2 powerful white tigers suddenly coming out. Did you bring them there?" "Yep, it was indeed me. Now this little guy really misses her parents. I hope her parents don't beat her up when the time comes," Chen Xiang said nervously. Lu Menjie frowned and said, "You rascal really got guts, that you even dare to subdue a small white tiger with such strength. This little white tiger must have an extraordinary bloodline. A white tiger that could reach the peak of the Nirvana realm definitely isn't an ordinary one. Even your crazy master has to be wary of that strength." Chen Xiang certainly knew that, but he wasn't afraid. In any case, it was the little white tiger that willingly followed him. Of course, the fact that Chen Xiang could subdue such a white tiger with pure and n-o-bli bloodline also shocked Lu Menger. This kind of white tiger wasn't something that could be easily subdued. This little guy said there is a gathering place for the White Tiger clan in the front. The White Tiger divine weapon is likely to be there. No matter what, we have to check it out. If anything happens, be careful, Sister Menger. Chen Xiang said. Don't worry. Lu Menger was very confident in her own strength. Moreover, she also had a powerful divine weapon right now. She believed that vermilion bird string could definitely hold off a large group of strong Tioniers. Just as they descended the mountain and stepped into the land of ice and snow, they felt two terrifying auras of killing intent. A middle-aged man and woman wearing white tiger skins suddenly descended from the sky and radiated dense killing intent. Lu Menger was startled. They were the white tiger couple that she had met in the last Hero A.S. Semble. Their strength was formidable. After the white tiger couple landed on the ground, they hurriedly hugged Bai Zhenjin. She was their daughter that they had been searching for a long time without any result. At this moment, Bai Zhenjin let out a low roar, and her roar was filled with infinite yearning. After that, the white tiger couple looked at Chen Xiang and Lu Menger with killing intent. However, just after a blink of eyes that brief the killing intent disappeared. Did you save our daughter? The middle-aged woman spoke with a stiff voice and her eyes filled with gratitude. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she had a very imposing aura, which made her appear to be extremely n-o-bli and dignified. Chen Xiang knew that Bai Zhenjin must have lied to her parent. It's just a small matter. Chen Xiang hurriedly replied with a smile. You even signed a contract with my daughter? The valiant-looking middle-aged man stared at Chen Xiang, causing him to feel a lot of pressure. Chen Xiang nodded. She volunteered. I know, the middle-aged man said, but I don't want my daughter to be controlled by humans. You're here to look for the White Tiger divine weapon, right? Chen Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Exactly. Not everyone can come here to take the divine weapon. Only the one who is approved by the God can do that. The middle-aged woman said. The God that the White Tiger spoke of was the White Tiger God. Chen Xiang heard from Long Shui earlier that the Azure Dragon subduing Devil Saber was related to the Azure Dragon, so the White Tiger divine weapon was naturally the same. Chen Xiang lightly breathed in, while his heart of slaughter began to vibrate. An aura of killing intent bursted out from his body. The White Tiger couple nodded their heads and said, You have pas, said the first stage. What about you? The middle-aged woman looked at Lu Menger and asked with a gentle voice. Perhaps it was because they were both women. I came with him, Lu Menger said. Then come with me. The middle-aged man turned around and released a wave of energy. He lifted Bai Zhenjin up, then flew towards a snow-white mountain. It did not take long that Chen Xiang and Lu Menger arrived at an ice field with the White Tiger couple. There were many houses made of ice. After Chen Xiang and Lu Menger arrived, many people were appealed and came out to watch. There were men, women, elders and children among these people. They all carried killing intents with them. That was the unique aura of white tigers. They were all transformed from white tigers. Beasts that could transform were all in the Nirvana realm. Now, Chen Xiang saw that there were at least 200 people around him. When the middle-aged man saw the astonished expressions of Chen Xiang and Lu Menger, he said, We are pure-blood white tigers, and we were born in the human form. Our daughter is only one that turned to white tiger form just after she was born. We still don't know the reason of it. So it is. Have you been here to protect the White Tiger divine weapon? Chen Xiang asked. This is the mission God left us. We don't know how long we have been waiting. Although there were a few people coming here, none of them were able to take the divine weapon in the end. The middle-aged man sighed. It was obvious that he held a high position here. Chen Xiang and Lu Menjie followed them into a rather large ice house, while Bai Zhenjin was taken away by the middle-aged woman. Chen Xiang knew that he might lose this little white tiger, so he secretly felt pity. After waiting for a while, a STURDY old man with a long beard walked in. He was wearing the same white tiger skin as the others did here. His face was full of gentleness without any killing intent, but it gave Chen Xiang and Lu Menjie an indescribable terror. This old man was very strong. "My name is Bai Zhan. I am the chief of the White Tiger Battle Clan," the old man said with a smile. Although his eyes were very benevolent, Chen Xiang and Lu Menjie were scared and felt their hairs standing on when they saw his eyes. "My name is Chen Xiang. I'm here to take the White Tiger Divine Weapon. She came with me." Bai Zhan stroked his long beard and frowned. "This lady should be Lu Menjie of the Divine Weapon sect. I didn't predict that you could obtain the Divine Vermilion Bird Weapon. That is really strange." C484 Prophet of the White Tiger Battle Clan. C484 Prophet of the White Tiger Battle Clan. Out of everyone's expectation, Bai Zhan knew Lu Menjie. This made both Chen Xiang and Lu Menjie to be surprised. "I have been to the outside world before, and closest Chenwu continent is my most frequently going place." Bai Zhan smiled and explained. Chen Xiang and Lu Menjie already knew that there were hidden strong Tioniers in the mortal martial realm. Although those sect headmasters were famous, it did not mean that they were the strongest. There were some strong Nirvana realm masters living in a secluded life. According to the legends, the four symbols divine weapons should belong to the same person, but right now, Lady Lu had the Vermilion Bird divine weapon, while the little man had the Azure Dragon divine weapon and the Black Tortoise divine weapon. Bai Zhan asked in confusion. Lu Menjie explained, "The Vermilion Bird divine weapon was given to me by my parents when I was very young. I've been carrying it for over 10,000 years. So that's how it is. In that case, you have obtained the approval of the Vermilion Bird divine weapon. Now, which one of you is going to take the White Tiger divine weapon?" Bai Zhan nodded his head and curiously looked at Chen Xiang. He hadn't been out for quite some time, so he naturally didn't know anything about Chen Xiang. He only felt that it was strange that a person with mediocre strength actually obtained two of the four symbols divine weapons, and this man got on pretty well with Lu Menjie. "I'll go," Chen Xiang responded. He was cultivating the four symbols divine technique, and he could only obtain the White Tiger divine weapon as he used the White Tiger True Qi. Bai Zhan said, "If you want to go to the Holy Land of God War, you must first cancel the contract with that little white tiger, then defeat the future God of War of our White Tiger Battle Clan." Bai Zhenjin let out a low roar. She clearly didn't want to break the contract with Chen Xiang. She wished to stay with him because there would be many delicious dishes for her. If you want to obtain the White Tiger divine weapon, you must not have a contract with any member of our White Tiger Battle Clan. Otherwise, the White Tiger divine weapon will not approve you. Actually, we have no objection to our White Tiger Battle Clan members being together with humans. Bai Zhan sighed. Chen Xiang walked over and rubbed Bai Zhenjin's head, saying, "Little brat, you should stay here for now. After you turn into a human and become a Xian beast, you can come to the extreme martial sect to find me." Bai Zhenjin nodded her hand although she was unwilling to do that. Then a contract pattern appeared between Chen Xiang's eyebrows, and flickered with white light as it entered Bai Zhenjin's head. In this way the contract between them was released. Back then, this contract was made by Bai Zhenjin to show her sincerity to Chen Xiang. Once she harmed him, the contract would bound her and cause her death. Our White Tiger Battle Clan is born to be belligerent. There is a holy land of God of War, and the White Tiger divine weapon is right there. That place is a restricted area for us, so we can't enter it, and we will not allow others to enter either. Only if you defeat our future god of war and obtain the hymn approval will you be able to step into the Holy Land. At that time, all of the elders of our White Tiger battle clan will leave the Holy Land for you to take away the White Tiger divine weapon smoothly. Baijan's words were very clear. The White Tiger divine weapon was in the Holy Land of god of war, and he must defeat the future god of war in order to enter the Holy Land. Who is the future god of war? What is his strength like? If he is a Nirvana realm pract. 1. Tionir, how could I defeat it? Chen Xiang asked. Baijan took a light breath and said, Don't worry. The future god of war is the prophet of our White Tiger battle clan. I don't know how strong he is, but he will fight you fairly. He is the future god of our White Tiger race. Well, then take me to him. I hope it will be just as what you said. As Chen Xiang saw Lu Menjie nodding her head at him, he had no choice but to take a look at the so-called further god of war in the future. Follow me. Baijan brought Chen Xiang and Lu Menjie out of the huge ice house and headed towards a large iceberg in the distance. Baijan didn't walk fast. He said that they shew their respect to meet the future god of war, so they couldn't fly over. They could only walk there. This caused Chen Xiang to feel depressed. He didn't know how long he would have to walk for. In addition, this place was a world of ice and snow in a vast expanse of white. If he didn't hold Lu Menjie's warm and white hands, he would have definitely complained along the way. The White Tiger battle clan should be the direct bloodline of the White Tiger divine beast. The White Tiger became the god of slaughter because he was too belligerent, so he was also a god of war. You said you are going to meet your future god of war. Could it be that he will reach the level of a divine beast in the future? Su Meiyao said in confusion. Something like the divine beast is usually present in worlds with extremely high levels. There is no divine beasts even in the heavenly realm. Long Shui said, all the dragons of our royal dragon family could become divine beasts, but that would take a very long time. If there really is a future god of war, I think it would be the resurrected White Tiger divine beast. Hearing Long Shui's words, Chen Xiang and Bai Yuyu were both astonished. The White Tiger divine beast could resurrect after death, even in the mortal martial world. All of the 4 divine beasts partook. 1p. Aided in the refining process of the 4 symbols divine weapons. The Azure Dragon subduing Devil Saber is originally the sacred artifact of our dragon race. It is said that a long time ago, the royal dragon family fought over this sacred artifact, causing the entire heavenly realm to be thrown into chaos. After that, someone hided these 4 divine weapons in order to prevent such things from happening again. Little Tramp Dragon, what do you mean by resurrecting after death? Will a divine beast still die as it is in such a level? Chen Xiang asked curiously. Our royal dragon family has all kinds of legends, and one of them is called Nirvana Rebirth, which especially occurs in those divine beasts. Although they are powerful, they could not prevent from death in fights, so in order to protect themselves, they will retain their consciousness and reincarnate. Chen Xiang had also heard of this legend. When he was young, he heard many stories of immortals, that many immortals would reincarnate after death and born in mortal world. After that, they would comprehend the heavenly Tao through cultivation, then regained their immortal status and ascended into the heavenly realm. They had been walking in the land of ice and snow for a long time, and it was late at night. A full moon and stars lit up the ice. Finally they came to a large iceberg, in front of which was a cave. As soon as they arrived, an ordinary-looking young man walked out of the cave. This man was also wearing white tiger skin clothes, and his stature was very big, taller than Chen Xiang by a head. His skin was dark. Although he had an ordinary appearance, a king's aura dispersed between his eyebrows, which gave even Lu Menjie an indescribable pressure. This young man was extremely strong. Chen Xiang and Lu Menjie could tell it with a single glance, especially when they saw the intelligent battle intent in the young man's eyes. Both Chen Xiang and Lu Menjie were kind of terrified. Prophet, just as Bai Zhan said this, the young man waved his hand to interrupt him. Go back to the clan and wait for me. I have already known everything, the young man said. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of majesty in it. Bai Zhan respectfully retreated and left in a quick pace. Which one of you wants to take the White Tiger divine weapon? The young man asked. He looked at Lu Menjie and then at Chen Xiang. Finally, his gaze landed on their hands that were closely held together. The strongest person that Chen Xiang had seen in the mortal martial realm was Bai Yuyu's elder sister, Bai Ziqian, but now, he felt that the young man in front of him was much scarier than Bai Ziqian. The strongest person that Chen Xiang had seen in the mortal martial realm was Bai Yuyu's elder sister, Bai Ziqian, but now, he felt that the young man in front of him was much scarier than Bai Ziqian. It's me, Chen Xiang replied. He had no confidence to defeat such a fellow. He felt that he was nothing more than an ant in front of this young man. The young man looked at Lu Menjie and smiled. I see. What? Lu Menjie knew that this young man had noticed their hands holding together earlier, while the smile on his face was extremely strange, so she could not help but asked in curiosity. The young man said, The vermilion bird string is also called the vermilion bird love string. After you obtained the vermilion bird string, you were touched by this brat, weren't you? And you were even turned on by him. Lu Menjie was stunned for a moment. She suddenly understood why she had such an indescribable feeling for Chen Xiang in that very short period, and why she finally fell in love to Chen Xiang. It turned out that it was the vermilion bird string that plagued her, but even so, she believed that it was her feelings that said the vermilion bird string, especially what Chen Xiang did for her, that he led her to take the fire soul, told her details of the nirvana tribulation, gave her incomparably precious spirit medicine, and helped her smoothly survive the nirvana tribulation. Chen Xiang's good intentions were all engraved in her heart, so she didn't think that her emotion would be manipulated by the vermilion bird string. It has nothing to do with it. Even if I don't have the vermilion bird string, I'll still be with him, Lu Menjie firmly said. She didn't want Chen Xiang to think that she stayed with him because of the vermilion bird string. This would severely hurt a man's self-esteem. I believe in you. The young man smiled. Chen Xiang clenched Lu Menjie's jade-like hands and said to the young man, Are you the White Tiger? There was a trace of surprise in the young man's eyes. He nodded. You got me. You are actually not simple. After confirming the ident. 1. Tai of this future God of war, Chen Xiang and Bai Yu were both extremely surprised. It was just as Long Xue said, that the future God of war was the reincarnation of the White Tiger divine beast. Could it be that the White Tiger had died a long time ago? And it actually reincarnated to such a place? Lu Menjie quickly thought of something. The legendary 4 divine beasts were not legends at all. They truly existed. If this young man in front of them was called White Tiger, then he must be the legendary White Tiger divine beast, and the God of slaughter. The name of the White Tiger divine weapon is the slaughtering God hand. It's a set of gloves, and if you put it on your hand, you will have extremely horrifying power. It will cause one to be filled with slaughtering intent, and it was refined with my life. I died at that time, the White Tiger said. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with sadness and vicissitudes of life. So, if you want to get the White Tiger divine weapon, you have to defeat me, because that was refined with my previous life. I will fight you with the same cultivation level as yours. It is the early stage of the spiritual martial realm, right? White Tiger asked. Chen Xiang nodded his head. If that was the case, then he had nothing to be afraid of. He would have a high chance of winning if the opponent was in the same level as his. You are not allowed to borrow the strength of that small dragon, the white tiger supplemented. His requirement made Lu Menjur to be confused. However, she immediately thought of the white dragon tattoo on the left side of Chen Xiang's body. Now she remembered that every time Chen Xiang was using an extremely strong power, the white dragon tattoo would HI+NE. She knew that Chen Xiang had many secrets, but she also knew that if Chen Xiang wanted to tell her, she did not need to ask. Well, no problem. Chen Xiang didn't expect him to find that. You can't use any weapons, including your black tortoise armament armor. Every time you are attacked, that thing will always pop out secretly. White Tiger said. Chen Xiang sighed. After all these years, the black tortoise armament armor had indeed helped him block many attacks. However, he was not afraid right now, because his flesh body was also very strong, even without the black tortoise armament armor. Anything else? Chen Xiang asked. That's it. How about you? Do you have any demands on me? White Tiger laughed. Chen Xiang was confused. Why did the white tiger use its own life to make a divine weapon? Were the other divine weapons of the four symbols divine weapons the same as well? Chen Xiang shoot his question out. Not the other guys. Just me. Because I am the G.O.D. of slaughter, there was one guy who could not stand watching. He wanted to bet with me. If I lose, he would refine me into a divine weapon, and in the end I lose. The white tiger did not gloss over his failure at all as he talked about it. Unexpectedly, a legendary being like him did not lie for such things. Then why did the four symbols divine weapons appear in the Qinwu continent? Chen Xiang asked again. You will find it out later. Now let's begin to fight at the front. As the white tiger spoke, he had already walked towards the flat ice field at front. Suddenly, a huge circle of white light appeared, and that was the place where the two of them would duel. Lu Menjur kissed Chen Xiang's cheek and encouraged him. You will definitely win. Chen Xiang nodded and followed the white tiger. Senior White Tiger, the great war of the three realms is coming. Will you come out to help out then? Chen Xiang asked. The Qinwu continent would definitely be much safer if such a strong force was with it. No, that's a matter of humans. If you humans unite together, you don't need to fear fiendish demons, nor do you need our help. White Tiger shook his head. This was indeed a matter of humans. The number of humans was many times more than the White Tiger race and the demon beast. If they couldn't resist the demons, then it could only be caused by the human race's lack of unity. Senior, you are a prophet. Do you know how long it will take before the great war of the three realms comes? Chen Xiang asked again. This gave him a sense of security. Around 5 years, very soon. At that time, as long as there are goblins, demons, and humans in this world, there will be a pathway that connects the three independent worlds together. After that, there will be many worlds with goblins, demons, and humans together. White Tiger said. 5 years. To someone who had been cultivating martial arts for a long time, 5 years was extremely fast. Still, Chen Xiang had many things to complete before that. For example, he needed to refine a low-rank Earth-level Dan within 3 years, then competed with Elder Dan to refine Dan. After that, he had to refine a large amount of Dan and cultivate 3,000 of true martial realm martial artists, as well as to find 3,000 of golden flying tigers and to build a mysterious and powerful cavalry. 5 years was too short. Even 10 years wasn't enough. Come on, put me down, then you can go to the holy land of G.O.D. of war. At that time, you will be there to fuse with the slaughtering G.O.D. hand. The white tiger had his hands behind his back. At this moment, he had a serious expression on his face. He did not think low of Chen Xiang. Although the white tiger was reincarnated, its strength was still very strong. Chen Xiang believed that the strength of the white tiger had long surpassed, said the human realm. It should be at a level above the heavenly realm. Even if the white tiger controlled his strength to the early stage of the spiritual martial realm, his flesh body and vigorous true qi were not something that Chen Xiang could compare to. However, Chen Xiang also had his trump card. Although he was not allowed to use the Azure Dragon subduing Devil Saber or the Black Tortoise armament armor, he was very confident in himself. He must defeat the God of Slaughter. Chen Xiang discovered that there was a very strong force coming from the ice and a barrier was slowly forming. Chen Xiang discovered that there was a very strong force coming from the ice and a barrier was slowly forming. Quite a number of humans have entered this profound realm. They are all top-notch martial pioneers in the mortal martial realm. I do not wish to lure them over. White Tiger said. Chen Xiang was also worried that too many people would come and clash with the White Tiger battle tribe. It would be a huge loss to the mortal world if so many Nirvana realm experts died in one go. I won't turn into a beast form and fight with you. That way you won't be able to beat me. Could add your chance to win as I fight you in my human form. White Tiger smiled faintly. Chen Xiang silently cursed in his heart. His opponent is a reincarnated divine beast with such terrifying strength. Even though it suppressed its cultivation, it still stood in an advantageous position against him. Lu Menger knew that Chen Xiang was very strong, but she was secretly worried. After all, the White Tiger held a huge advantage. Indeed, it was a divine beast. Whatever it had experienced or learned, it would be out of comparison for a mortal like Chen Xiang. This White Tiger divine weapon was the last item Chen Xiang came for, but it was so difficult to obtain it. Don't be afraid of this big mixed color cat. Although he has a huge advantage, you practice the divine arts and your magic power is also very powerful. Moreover, you can use those devilish arts recklessly. Just call them over on him. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang's magic power was indeed not weak. However, up until now, he could only use his heavenly dragon seal to execute an offensive ability, and it took his time to perform it. Are you ready? Let's start when you are. I'll let you attack first. White Tiger said. Chen Xiang's expression was serious as he shook his head. Wait a little longer. The White Tiger didn't say anything. Chen Xiang couldn't use the Azure Dragon Devil Slayer or the Black Tortoise armament armor, nor could he borrow Long Shui's power. This way, he would lose a lot of his strength. Shui, do your Royal Dragon Clan have any ways to deal with this kind of big white cat? Chen Xiang asked. The White Tiger is just like a dragon. There are many of them in the heavenly realm, and they all need to evolve from weak to strong. As for Black Tortoise and Vermilion Bird, they are few in number, so they are very difficult to evolve. Our Dragon Clan and the White Tiger Clan had a period of conflict in the heavenly realm. At that time, the Royal Dragon Clan had been searching for the White Tiger's weakness. Upon hearing Long Shui's words, Chen Xiang was overjoyed. The weakness is the gold attribute true qi of the White Tiger. And your strongest power right now is fire. The heaven and earth fire could destroy his gold attribute true qi, but only if the quality of his gold true qi is not that much stronger than your heaven and earth fire, or you would be not able to defeat it. The 5 elements countered each other, while fire countered gold. Chen Xiang had just obtained the heaven and earth fire soul, allowing him to possess a heaven and earth fire that was several times stronger than the heaven fire. Because it was the heaven and earth flame, it was hidden very deeply within Chen Xiang's body. Even if the White Tiger discovered Long Shui, the little dragon, was attaching to Chen Xiang's body, it would still be unable for it to discover the fire soul within his body. I'm ready. Chen Xiang lightly smiled. It was an extremely confident smile. Then come. You possess the yin-yang divine veins, so you should be cultivating the Tai Chi subduing dragon technique, right? I want to try your dragon power. I really miss that force. White Tiger said. Chen Xiang laughed. I might disappoint you. Although I can use my dragon power, I don't feel like there's a need to fight you with it. Furthermore, that would be a huge waste for me. Young man sure is arrogant. The white tiger laughed loudly. Chen Xiang did not plan to use his dragon power, which made Lu Menger slightly frown. At this critical moment, Chen Xiang was still underestimating his opponent. The heaven and earth true qi was the best oil. If it was poured onto the heaven and earth fire, it would make the fire even more powerful. Right now, Chen Xiang was starting to circulate the heaven and earth true qi to fuse it with the fire soul within his body to create the most powerful heaven and earth fire. Chen Xiang suddenly shouted in a deep voice. The clothes on his upper body had been torn apart. His muscular body were slightly red and a scorching heat rose up from within him, causing the originally frozen icy ground to heat up, making people feel as if they were being roasted by the blazing sun. Thankfully, there was a powerful barrier on the icy ground. Otherwise, the surrounding ice would have been melted by the heat released by Chen Xiang. Not far away, Lu Menger also discovered that the heat released by Chen Xiang was extremely terrifying. If it was a flame, then it would be even stronger. A raging fire suddenly appeared on Chen Xiang's fist. Seeing the crazily dancing flames, the white tiger's pupils abruptly contracted. This kind of fire caused it to feel shock. It could not imagine that a mortal would possess a flame of this level. Whiz! Chen Xiang suddenly leaped. His speed was as fast as a ray of lightning, leaving only afterimages. This was the fastest speed he had ever displayed, and he charged towards the shocked white tiger in it. The white tiger was astonished by the speed. Although he knew that Chen Xiang was coming towards him, he did not react in time and was unable to dodge. Chen Xiang's fist that was spewing out intense flames was like a meteorite that was burning with flames as it smashed towards the white tiger's face. It even exploded into a ball of flame that rumbled loudly. Chen Xiang didn't stop with just one punch. The other fist followed closely behind. He wanted to seize this opportunity to use this crazy fire fist to strike the white tiger. Lu Menger was stunned when she saw the continuous explosions of flame fists. She couldn't understand how the flames could have increased so much, especially since she and Chen Xiang had only been separated for 2 months. Chen Xiang's punches were very fast and looked as if he had several arms. He was able to punch out dozens of times in a split second, and each punch contained the same amount of power. It even had a suction force, trapping the enemy, making it impossible for them to escape from this storm of punches. The white tiger suddenly roared and an overbearing killing intent surged out. The icy ground trembled and a tyrannical aura exploded from his body, causing Chen Xiang to be knocked flying. Chen Xiang's fist was smoking and his entire body was emitting hot air. His eyes were burning with fury. He was preparing to use his hand as a blade to execute the furious dragon slash. Plus the white tiger had never imagined that it would be beaten to such a sorry state. Chen Xiang had just landed hundreds of blows on its head, and they were all accompanied by extremely intense and terrifying flames that caused the white tiger's hair to hurt. This guy even sealed its own divine sense so that it could only be in the early stage of the spirit martial realm. Long Shui said, "It would definitely be discovered if its divine sense was very powerful." "That's for the best." Chen Xiang rejoiced in his heart. He clenched his fist and once again ignited the violent flames. The white tiger was certain that Chen Xiang possessed a fire soul, but it couldn't figure out what kind of fire soul Chen Xiang had. It was actually so powerful that even caused it to be afraid. Killing intent enveloped the icy ground, causing Chen Xiang to feel slightly uncomfortable. However, he was not a green hand. He had also cultivated the white tiger divine technique before, and the killing intent, he gathered, was also very strong. The killing intent released by the white tiger ignited its killing intent and made it to immediately feel full of power. It clenched its fists and fiercely stomped its feet, shaking the icy ground as it flew towards Chen Xiang. "You're still too young," Chen Xiang shouted loudly. 2 fire vines suddenly leapt out from under the icy ground and very accurately wrapped around the rapidly moving white tiger, then completely dissipating the imposing aura that the white tiger had just gathered. "You're still too young." Hearing these words, the white tiger and Lu Menjie were both shocked as they were struck by a lightning. They didn't understand where Chen Xiang got his gut from to dare to say such words in front of a divine beast. "You're still too young." Hearing these words, the white tiger and Lu Menjie were both shocked as they were struck by a lightning. They didn't understand where Chen Xiang got his gut from to dare to say such words in front of a divine beast. However, the white tiger did not expect that Chen Xiang could use such a strange technique, nor did it expect that Chen Xiang's flame would be so powerful that it could suppress its strength. Its gold attribute true qi would be instantly incinerated upon contact with the flame, which substantially reduced its strength. Originally, the white tiger thought that the killing intent it released would suppress Chen Xiang, but he completely ignored it. That killing intent was a type of mental attack. However, Chen Xiang's divine sense was so strong that he was completely fine. Just a moment ago, the white tiger was still full of momentum and intended to defeat Chen Xiang in one go. But now it was suddenly entangled by Chen Xiang's fire vine. Waves of torching true qi entered his body and devoured the true qi gathered within his body. The fire vine was very strong and could tightly entangle the white tiger. However, Chen Xiang knew that it wouldn't be able to hold on for long, while it could make enough time for him to make his second round of fierce attacks. Under the astonishment of the white tiger, Chen Xiang had already arrived in front of him. Both his arms were like blazing iron blocks, emitting a forceful burning power. Flames would occasionally gush out them. Looking at Chen Xiang's arms that was like axes chopping down, the white tiger was helpless. Right now, it was unable to manipulate the true qi in his body because it was completely restrained by the flames. Besides, Chen Xiang moved very fast, leaving it no chance to react. At this moment, Chen Xiang was seething with fury. The flames of anger were extremely terrifying. He struck out with his palm, then fiercely chopped down on the white tiger's shoulder, just like collapsing mountains and cracking the earth. The furious dragon slash was terrifying, even though it was not performed from the azure subduing dragon demon slayer, and it would be more nimble if Chen Xiang used both his hands. Right now, it still took some more time for the white tiger to break free from the fire vine, but just this little bit of time was enough for him to use hundreds of dragon slashes. Chen Xiang's 2 arms were like sabers with surging flames. He frantically slashed at the white tiger that was surrounded by fire vines. All the slashes were extremely deadly as they hacked down on the white tiger's upper body. Seeing Chen Xiang's enraged expression, the white tiger was also furious. It was a magnificent divine beast. Even though it was reincarnated, it had never been so aggrieved, but now it was actually provoked by a mere mortal, time by time. The face of the white tiger was red and swollen. The upper half of its body was burnt by Chen Xiang's furious dragon slash. Of course, Chen Xiang knew that his slashes didn't damage the inside of the white tiger. The white tiger's flesh body was extremely terrifying. Such a tyrannical attack that he performed only left a superficial wound on it. When he felt that the white tiger was about to break free from the fire vine, Chen Xiang stopped using furious dragon slash and switched to the heaven-shaking palm. He had struck the white tiger several dozen times in just an instant on its body parts on which it was about to circulate true qi, which successfully dissipated its true qi. In order to prevent itself from being attacked by Chen Xiang, the white tiger let out a roar and bursted all of the all-true qi from its body, which once again shook Chen Xiang away. However, this consumed a lot of his true qi while it did not harm Chen Xiang at all. Even though the white tiger was furious, it was aware clearly that there was a huge gap when it suppressed its cultivation to the same level as that of Chen Xiang. It would have already been beaten to smithereens if its flesh body that it had cultivated for many years did not withstand a large portion of Chen Xiang's attack. In the same cultivation realm, Chen Xiang was invincible. It was the same for others, like the mighty clans, human royal clans and blue blood family were all the same. All of them could not defeat Chen Xiang even if they were stronger than him. Lu Menger's heart jumped instantly when she saw this. She started to suspect that the white tiger's Tai was real. At the start of the fight, it was beaten up by Chen Xiang to the point that it couldn't fight back at all. The flames of anger on Chen Xiang's body weakened, but a smile still hung on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the white tiger seemed to have discovered something, and it suddenly felt a bit cold. The white tiger had been living in this world of ice and snow for many years, but it had never felt cold before, while now it felt as if a wave of cold stream circulated within its body. The icy soul devil dominance. It was a mysterious spiritual attack. After being infused with the icy soul devil dominance, one would feel cold due to a kind of spiritual effect, just like indulging into an illusory magic array. After entering the magic array, one's spirit would be kidnapped, causing his or her five senses to be confused and thinking that everything was real. It's the time to use the bone-melting devil palm. This white tiger's body is very strong, so it should not be able to melt his bones, but it still causes it to suffer a heavy injury. Now its own true qi was sealed and will be quickly consumed. You better consume all its true qi first, then violently beat up its flesh body that is eroded by the icy soul devil dominance until he surrenders. Bai Yu said, "What did you do to me?" The white tiger was at a loss and hurriedly asked. It was hard for him to imagine a person using such a powerful flame to attack him, yet he was able to send a strange cold energy into its body. These were two extremes of strength. Although they could be used at the same time, it was extremely difficult for them to be used in such a secretive way as Chen Xiang did. As Lu Menger saw the white tiger trembling slightly, she knew that Chen Xiang had used that strange technique again. Last time when Chen Xiang was in Fragrant City, he used exactly the same 10 technique against Xiao Chou, a mighty clan member. Even though she was separated by a barrier and far away from Chen Xiang, she could feel the intense heat but was unable to sense the icy cold energy. The cold power that was able to freeze the white tiger was clearly much stronger than the flame that Chen Xiang used earlier. However, Chen Xiang used it without leaving a trace, which led people be confused since it was totally against normalities. Of course, Chen Xiang didn't use the icy cold energy. He was only executing a close-range attack. He deceived people's spirit and made them feel that they were frozenly cold. The white tiger thought that it was a divine beast, so it was so confident that it sealed its divine sense into merely the level of an early stage of the spiritual martial realm, whereas Chen Xiang cultivated the divine path, so his divine sense was far above the early stage of the spiritual martial realm. In this way, he managed to perform the icy soul devil dominance and caused a spiritual, lethal attack on the white tiger. However, the white tiger still didn't know that its spirit was under attack because it didn't think that Chen Xiang's divine sense was much stronger than it. "I told you. You are still too young." Chen Xiang laughed as he leaped forward. A pair of flaming wings suddenly appeared on his shoulder and accelerated his speed, causing him to fly over with a violent impacting force. Although the white tiger was cold, it was free to use its true qi. This time it was prepared as it saw Chen Xiang coming to it. It took out its fists, which were a pair of white tiger fists. Waves of tiger roars came out of these two tyrannical fists, defending Chen Xiang's flaming attack. As the four fists collided with each other, the wind and clouds flied out in the air. The white tiger was stunned and its expression changed as it trembled in fear. Moreover, both of its arms were also in extreme pain, which forced it to hurriedly retreat. Chen Xiang not only released the icy soul devil dominance on his fists, but also the force of bone-melting devil palm that eroded the white tiger's bones. Even though the white tiger was able to beat Chen Xiang to fly, the power of the bone-melting devil palm and the icy soul devil dominance that entered its body caused its bones to ache. Its entire body was cold, and Chen Xiang also gave it a strong blow. Even though the white tiger was able to beat Chen Xiang to fly, the power of the bone-melting devil palm and the icy soul devil dominance that entered its body caused its bones to ache. Its entire body was cold, and Chen Xiang also gave it a strong blow. Just a moment ago, Chen Xiang poured a large amount of icy soul devil dominance into the white tiger's body, which made it to feel even colder. This way, the white tiger would be affected and wouldn't be able to exert its strength during the battle. Seeing the white tiger's HI plus veering, Chen Xiang secretly laughed in his heart. He flew over once again with his palms dancing in the air. Shadow of his palms flew out. The palm wind was like raging waves as it enveloped the white tiger, instantly striking the white tiger in hundreds of times. In that instant the earth trembled, while the strength of the bone-melting devil palm wreaked havoc on the bones in the white tiger's body. The evil icy soul devil dominance drilled into the white tiger's sea of consciousness and attacked its spirit. Chen Xiang used all his full strength and the fastest speed he could get to perform it. In that instant the white tiger's bones hurt endlessly. Furthermore, the ice-cold feeling made its entire body HI plus ver and its expression turn ugly. The white tiger still had many powerful martial skills that it had not used, but now not only was it unable to use martial skills, it was even unable to circulate its true qi. Chen Xiang's attacks were too fierce and with a power that it had never seen before, which made it to be at a loss as to how to deal with them. White Tiger King Fist. A killing intent burst forth from Chen Xiang's body. Two tiger heads appeared on the surface of his fists that were like thunders as they crazily struck on the white tiger's body. Now, Chen Xiang no longer used the palm power of the bone-melting devil palm. Instead, he channeled the icy soul devil dominance to the white tiger. He wanted to freeze it to the point that it was unable to retaliate. If the white tiger did not seal its divine sense, it would definitely know what strange techniques Chen Xiang was using. It was only because its divine sense was far inferior to that of Chen Xiang that it did not know that this coldness came from his spirit. In addition, the flames that Chen Xiang was using terrified it the most. Although afraid of fire, it had never been afraid to such an extent before. Chen Xiang's flame was already so terrifying in this stage, and it would definitely become even stronger in the future. After entering its body, the flames would be able to completely destroy its true qi. The heavy and earth fire, the icy soul devil dominance, and the bone-melting devil palm, Chen Xiang used all of them to suppress the white tiger. First, he utilized the heaven and earth fire to suppress the white tiger's gold attribute true qi, then the bone-melting devil palm to make it feel pain all over its body, after which he took the opportunity to infuse the icy soul devil dominance into the white tiger's spirit to slowly wear it down, causing it to gradually lose its advantage, while as it was unable to fight back, it was repressed by Chen Xiang's extremely fast speed and tyrannical attack. To know your enemies and yourself prevents you from being defeated all the time. Although Chen Xiang didn't fully understand the white tiger, he knew that its weakness was its fear of fire. Moreover, it was a reincarnated divine beast, so it though lowly of its component. The white tiger did not take it necessary to know Chen Xiang entirely. It discovered that a small dragon was attaching to Chen Xiang's body, and it also forbade Chen Xiang to use Long Xue's strength or the black tortoise armament armor. This way, it believed that Chen Xiang's strength would become weaker. White Tiger lost because of this. His true qi might be stronger than that of Chen Xiang, while its martial arts might also be stronger. However, when the white tiger was at ease, Chen Xiang suppressed it with his fastest speed. This was a tactic. In a martial arts match, it was not a one-sided fight. It was not enough to only use force without a brain. Right now, the white tiger was like a human sandbag, being crazily beaten up by Chen Xiang until its face was swollen, whereas Chen Xiang would not grant it any mercy. It was hard for him to beat up the white tiger like this, so he wouldn't leave it with any chance to retaliate. Lu Meng'er let out a breath of relief as she watched Chen Xiang beating the white tiger to fly from side to side in trembling. She knew that the victor had been decided. Heaven Tiger Rampage Fist. After Chen Xiang's tiger head fists burning with anger attacked over, a series of explosions rang out and flames shot in all directions. Chen Xiang's fists crazily landed on the white tiger's face. Each punch caused a violent explosion. After tiring himself out, Chen Xiang switched to the heaven-shaking palm to launch an inhumane attack. If the white tiger was just an ordinary extreme realm cultivator, it would have long been crashed to meat sauce. While the white tiger's body was very strong, although it could not use true qi and was Hi plus veering in cold, it was still with consciousness. Chen Xiang knew that if he were to continue, the white tiger would be able to disperse the icy soul devil dominance. He steeled his heart and released his magic power, beginning to execute the heavenly dragon seal. He knew that with his current strength, he was unable to make the white tiger with a powerful fleshly body admit defeat. He could only borrow the power of heaven and earth. It was late at night and the sky was full of stars. A full moon was high up in the sky and the spirit chi floating in the sky was very dense. The dense spirit chi in the profound realm made the heavenly dragon seal that Chen Xiang casted even stronger. Use the star and moon berserk dragon in the heavenly dragon seal. You could borrow the spirit chi and the power of the stars and moon to summon the star and moon berserk dragon at night. It is very powerful at night. Long Shui said. The heavenly dragon seal was a technique for granting punishment. The most basic thing about it was to release the true qi in one's body, then to use his or her magic power to silently condense the spirit qi in the air to form a dragon claw, which could then be released a little bit stronger furious dragon punishment. It was the best technique to use in a raging state. The last thing necessary to do was to summon dragons with different energy natures to take punishment. Chen Xiang had previously performed the demon-subduing holy dragon to deal with a demon when he was in the king's continent. It was at night at present, so it would be the best choice for him to summon the star and moon berserk dragon. Chen Xiang began to chant the spell. His powerful mana was released and floated in the air, forming a huge net that compressed all of the spirit qi there. At the same time, it also absorbed the power of the lights of the stars and moon, converging to a glowing spiral disk in the air. It was extremely beautiful, but that power caused the icy plane to slightly tremble. It was not the first time that Lu Meng'er saw Chen Xiang using some strange and powerful martial arts, but she was still stunned in this time. In the sky above the ice field, the huge spiral disks that covered a circuit of over 100 miles seemed to be formed from countless lights that converged together like galaxies. The power of the stars and the moon gathered together, colliding with each other, fusing and then Hi plusing. Terrifying waves of power burst out and spun rapidly in the air. The pressure formed by this power had caused many huge icebergs to collapse. The ice ground ruptured and the earth was shaking. Chen Xiang watched as the spiral disk above grew bigger and bigger. It resembled the Milky Way in the summer. He was also extremely stunned as he saw it himself. Is this the heavenly dragon seal? The white tiger let out a cry of surprise. It now understood why it felt an indescribable chill. It was a spiritual attack. When it saw Chen Xiang use his divine techniques, it was aware that Chen Xiang cultivated divine path, while his divine sense was far beyond that of an ordinary person. The star and moon berserk dragon. After Chen Xiang finished chanting the spell, he was extremely excited. The huge glowing disk in the sky condensed into a gigantic dragon that appeared to be made of starlight. It flew for a while in the sky before letting out a loud roar and craws. Hi plus-ing into the ground. Chen Xiang hurriedly dodged. He took all the true qi in his body to release fire vines to tightly wrap around the white tiger, preventing it from moving. Humph! The white tiger let out a cold snort, and the fire vines on its body immediately exploded. With a wave of its hand, A huge tiger forming from white lights flew out and crashed toward the star and moon berserk dragon. The dragon and tiger collided and instantly exploded, generating a burst of light that illuminated the night sky, as if it was day. You win. The white tiger sighed. It was forced by Chen Xiang to use its true strength to destroy the star and moon berserk dragon in the end, which made it feel much better. The white tiger removed the power that was sealing its strength, which allowed it to recover its strength to the original state. Only then would it be able to easily defeat the star and moon berserk dragon that Chen Xiang released. The white tiger removed the power that was sealing its strength, which allowed it to recover its strength to the original state. Only then would it be able to easily defeat the star and moon berserk dragon that Chen Xiang released. This caused Chen Xiang to feel extremely displeased. He really wanted to see the white tiger being beaten to a pulp. It took him a lot of magic power to condense it. Seeing that the white tiger had admitted defeat, Lu Menjie blinked her beautiful eyes at Chen Xiang. However, the shocking scene of Chen Xiang summoning the star and moon berserk dragon still lingered in her mind. After regaining its strength, the white tiger easily dispelled the icy soul devil dominance that affected its spirit. You win. The white tiger divine weapon is yours. The white tiger said, with a non-coverable relentlessness in its eyes. It was the white tiger divine beast, while it was actually beaten up by a little brat to such a miserable state. Moreover, the little brat held a great advantage. Its face would probably fall if such words were leaked out. Chen Xiang smiled and asked, "Where is the white tiger divine weapon?" "It's in the holy land of God of War. I cannot get close to that place. Once I get close, that white tiger divine weapon will return to me. At that time, it will be very difficult to take it down. Unless you could fuse with it, I cannot get close to it." The white tiger sighed. "You will get the reputation of God of War when you can actually defeat me in the future. Didn't I just defeat you in a real sense?" Chen Xiang smiled and said, "Senior White Tiger has a great advantage. If it wasn't for your powerful flesh body, I would have already finished my business." Hearing Chen Xiang's words, the white tiger couldn't help but blush as it flew away. "Pass through the cave and you will reach the Holy Land." The white tiger's words echoed in Chen Xiang's ears, causing him and Lu Menjie to laugh. Lu Menjie flew to Chen Xiang's side and helped him put on his clothes. After that, she wiped off the sweat on his face as well as the blood on the corner of his mouth. "You brat really made it lose face. It is the white tiger divine beast," Lu Menjie said with smile. Although she said so, she was secretly proud in her heart because Chen Xiang was her beloved. Chen Xiang kissed her face and pulled her towards the cave. "I did not expect that the white tiger divine weapon is called the hand of God of Slaughter. It doesn't have any similarities with the names of the Azure Dragon Demon Subduing Slayer, Vermilion Bird Strings, and Black Tortoise Armament Armor. The white tiger said that it is a pair of gloves. If you wear them on your hand, you would be very strong when you use your fist and palm to attack." Chen Xiang displayed a mischievous smile on his face. Lu Menjie wrinkled her nose and snorted, "Little rascal, you sure have a lot of underhanded tactics. That white tiger was completely disgraced by your underhanded methods and lost so badly." Chen Xiang laughed. "I'm fair and square. If I use all of my underhanded techniques, then this big white cat will lose even more miserably." Lu Menjie knew that there were many secrets on him, but she didn't ask too many questions. She also had her own secrets, and Chen Xiang didn't ask her anything. They two had a strong mutual trust. "I feel that something miraculous might happen if the four symbols divine weapon are on the same person. Now that you don't have the vermilion bird strings, it would be great if I could take it off," Lu Menjie said with guilt as she bit her lips. "Hee, Sister Menjie, you just need to refine one more in the future. Anyway, it is just a refining process. I believe that Sister Menjie will definitely be able to make it." Chen Xiang smiled. Although this was only a matter of lack of perfection, Chen Xiang was very contented, not to mention that it was also a good thing that the vermilion bird strings was on Lu Menger's hand. It could add her strength significantly. Lu Menger lightly nodded her head. What Chen Xiang said was also her future goal, which was to refine a vermilion bird divine weapon so that Chen Xiang could gather all the 4 symbols divine weapon. However, she knew that it would take a long time. After they entered the cave, they walked for over an hour to pass, said through the huge iceberg, then arrived at a verdant forest, which shocked them a lot, since they were in a world of ice and snow a moment ago. Walking out of the cave, they saw a path paved with stone. At the end of the path, there was a huge round platform like an altar, built in the middle of the forest. Lu Menger pulled Chen Xiang along and crossed the long stone path in a flash. Then they arrived at the round platform, beside which there was a round table. On the table was a transparent crystal box. Inside the crystal box was a pair of gloves that seemed to be made of tiger skin. It was the kind that could show one's fingers. This was the White Tiger Divine Weapon, the Hand of God of Slaughter. Just when Chen Xiang was about to grab it, a very powerful force suddenly flew towards him. Lu Menger's expression changed drastically as she hastily waved her palm. Her hand was filled with an ice-cold energy as she slapped away the force attacking Chen Xiang. However, Chen Xiang and Lu Menger were blown off the round platform by the blast of air. Haha, the White Tiger Divine Weapon. This is the White Tiger Divine Weapon. This place is indeed the White Tiger Profound Realm. As long as I obtain this White Tiger Divine Weapon and kill this brat and the woman, I can also obtain this woman's fire soul and that brat's azure dragon demon subduing slayer. Haha. A middle-aged man wearing red armor laughed crazily. He was a member of the Fire God Shrine. Not only that, but he was very powerful. He was a martial artist that had survived the 8 Nirvana tribulations. Moreover, it could be known from the scorching hot energy he just released that he was a person with a fire soul. Although Lu Menger had cultivated the Frost Wind Divine Technique, she could only barely defend against him. It was impossible for her to defeat the man. As long as I get all these, the position of the Hall Master will be mine. The middle-aged man of the Fire God Shrine laughed maniacally as he hurriedly grabbed the White Tiger Divine Weapon. At this moment, Lu Menger unleashed a wave of ice-cold energy, then a gust of cold wind blew over from all directions, transforming into numerous sharp ice thorns that pierced towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sneered, "If I were you guys, I'd think of a way to escape now." As he discoursed, he shattered the ice thorns with a single palm strike, while the cold energy still lingered on the middle-aged man's body after the ice thorns shattered. Lu Menger flashed forward and shot out her beautiful palms. Waves of cold true chi flew out from her palms and instantly covered the entire forest in a layer of frost. A thick layer of ice also covered the man of the Fire God Shrine. "Go, leave him to me," Lu Menger quickly said with a serious face. She could easily escape as long as Chen Xiang made to leave. Furthermore, it was not necessary for Chen Xiang to flee too far. He just needed to pass through the iceberg. At that time, the White Tiger would definitely take actions. Haha, the middle-aged man laughed. "Lu Menger, your Frost Wind Divine Technique is indeed very powerful, but it is still far from being able to deal with me. This brat can go, but you must die." The ice on the middle-aged man suddenly cracked open. After that, Lu Menger quickly flew over and pushed on the ice on the middle-aged man's body, then the cracks on the ice closed up again. "Go!" Lu Menger shouted out as she gritted her teeth, with a sense of request within her eyes. She knew that Chen Xiang had a prospect future ahead of him, so he definitely couldn't die here. Seeing Lu Menger in such a state, Chen Xiang knew that she spent up a huge amount of true chi to use the Frost Wind Divine Technique to freeze the middle-aged man to give him time to escape. Use the Demon Devouring Technique to devour that guy. Bai Yu knew Chen Xiang well enough that he would not leave Lu Menger alone. Bai Yu had warned Chen Xiang many times that he absolutely could not use the demon-devouring technique on people who were much stronger than him. Chen Xiang was only at the early spirit martial realm, and he still needed to consolidate his cultivation, not to improve it quickly in a short period of time, but now he was attempting to devour a martial artist who survived the 8 nirvana tribulations. Bai Yu had warned Chen Xiang many times that he absolutely could not use the demon-devouring technique on people who were much stronger than him. Chen Xiang was only at the early spirit martial realm, and he still needed to consolidate his cultivation, not to improve it quickly in a short period of time, but now he was attempting to devour a martial artist who survived the 8 nirvana tribulations. This frantic action left Chen Xiang confused, but he knew that Bai Yu definitely wouldn't harm him. Bai Yu must have other purposes to let him act in this way. Right now, Chen Xiang couldn't consider too much. He would rather die himself than leave Lu Menjie behind. Seeing Chen Xiang rush plussing over, Lu Menjie closed her eyes as 2 streams of tears rolled down her face. She knew that Chen Xiang would rush over. She had some hopes for that, but most of all, she hoped that Chen Xiang would just leave. Chen Xiang placed one hand on the ice and released his magic power into the frozen middle-aged man's body. After feeling the thick true qi in his dantian, he started to circulate the demon-devouring technique. It had been a long time since he last used it. "Haha, what an idiot boy," the middle-aged man laughed crazily. It would be very troublesome for him in the future if Chen Xiang left away. But now, he could notice that Lu Menjie, the female emperor of a generation, had an unfathomable relations. Hi+P with this brat Chen Xiang. Haha, the middle-aged man let out waves of frantic laugh even if he was frozen in a block of ice. He knew that Lu Menjie wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. As long as he could wait for Lu Menjie to use up her energy, he would be readily able to kill Chen Xiang and Lu Menjie in one go. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's laughter came to a halt as he felt the true qi within his body was rapidly dissipating. The speed at which the true qi was being drained made him extremely terrified. He suddenly looked towards Chen Xiang, only to see his body swelling up. The middle-aged man realized that Chen Xiang was using an unknown martial art to devour his power. "Hurry up and transfer your devoured power to Lu Menjie, otherwise your body will explode and you will die," Bai Yu hurriedly shouted. After hearing the words, Chen Xiang was ecstatic. He quickly pressed his hand on Lu Menjie's abdomen, allowing the middle-aged man's true qi to flow through him and infuse into Lu Menjie's body. "Sister Menjie, be quick, circulate your power and refine it," Chen Xiang shouted in a hurry. When Lu Menjie felt the steady stream of true qi from Chen Xiang's palm, her heart skipped a beat. She quickly understood what had happened. The previously despairing her secretly let out a sigh of relief. "Demon, Chen Xiang, you evil demon, stop it now." For the middle-aged man, it was the most terrifying thing that his power was devoured. He would be no different from a mortal once his own power was devoured up. That middle-aged man was extremely shocked. This kind of martial arts that could devour other people's martial arts was indeed a demonic art. Of course, it was also a martial arts that many people dreamed of, because it allowed them to obtain power without taking any effort. Lu Menjie was also astonished as she heard that Chen Xiang had such a demonic art. She was originally happy, but her expression suddenly changed because of Chen Xiang's abnormally ugly expression. She could see that Chen Xiang's face was covered in wounds. Chen Xiang's body was currently expanding. He let out a fled cry as his clothes suddenly shattered. His valiant body expanded to a terrifying size, as if it was going to split open. Streaks of blood appeared as blood seeped out from his pores. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Menjie could know without thinking that it was because of the endless supply of true qi that caused Chen Xiang to act like this. After all, it was the true qi of a man who had survived the 8 nirvana tribulations. The quality was pretty fine. Although Chen Xiang had a strong flesh body, it was hard for him to withstand it. Little rascal, Lu Menjur bit her red lips. Her face was full of worry and her eyes were filled with tears. Seeing Chen Xiang in such pain, her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. "I'm fine, don't worry." Chen Xiang didn't want Lu Menjur to be too worried, so he forced a smile. Seeing the forced smile on his face, Lu Menjur's heart broke and tears fell from her eyes. Chen Xiang immediately circulated the black tortoise body strengthening technique to conduct cultivation using this pain. This way, no matter how much pain he suffered, his body would not be destroyed with the help of the black tortoise body strengthening technique. This was the magic part of this technique. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The middle-aged man whose power was swallowed by Chen Xiang was extremely anxious. Originally, he did not expect that Chen Xiang would be able to hold on much longer before his body exploded. However, now he saw the streaks of blood on Chen Xiang's body slowly recovered, which meant that Chen Xiang had adapted to it in a short period of time. This brat was so formidable. The beneficiary of it was Lu Menjur. The power that passed through Chen Xiang's body was refined by his heaven and earth fire soul and became purer, so that Lu Menjur could easily refine it into her own true qi and store it in her dantian after she received such purified power. You also have a fire soul on you, right? And it's a purple fire soul, haha. Chen Xiang suddenly laughed. Still, his laughter was extremely ugly because he was suffering from the pain, just like being stabbed by needles all over his body. The middle-aged man was like being whipped on his face. He originally planned to kill them and take Lu Menjur's fire soul, but now, not only was his strength devoured by Chen Xiang, his prided purple fire soul might also be taken from him. Demon, you evil creatures, you will all die a horrible way. The middle-aged man roared crazily, whereas his voice was completely covered by the thick layer of ice. Then Chen Xiang penetrated his hands through the layer of ice and pressed down on the middle-aged man's stomach, crazily devouring everything of him. To this point, Lu Menjur had no choice but to refine the power that Chen Xiang gave her. This was in exchange for Chen Xiang's incomparable pain, so she treasured it even more. She knew that she was in debt to Chen Xiang once again, and she didn't know how to repay him in the future. The power of those who survived the 8 nirvana tribulations was extremely profound. Chen Xiang had devoured 10 days in a row. That middle-aged man only had a haggard expression on his face, while no one came during these 10 days. Lu Menjur would rather have someone come here to help her than to acquire those power. She cared more about Chen Xiang. The pain he had endured for the past 10 days was clear in her eyes and her soul. "I'm fine." Chen Xiang forced a smile as he saw Lu Menjur's eyes filling with tears. Her eyes had cried to red for the past 10 days. Only now did Chen Xiang know why women were made of water, but the awkward thing was that he was completely naked, because his body would occasionally swell and explode with a burst of energy. Even if he wore clothes, it would shatter, while to release the black tortoise armament armor would block his meridians and impact him on transferring power into Lu Menjur. Therefore, Lu Menjur had watched every part of Chen Xiang's body for the 10 days. Although she was very shy, she could not help but look at it because she was worried that an accident would happen to Chen Xiang at any time. Of course, it was the first time she saw a man who was completely naked. At the beginning it made her very shy, but later on she felt that a man without any clothes was actually that attractive, especially a man she loved. If it weren't for the pain all over his body, Chen Xiang would definitely tease Lu Menjur with some words, but the pain prevented him from summing that idea. Chapter 491, The Incomparable Charm of the Lady Emperor. Chapter 491, The Incomparable Charm of the Lady Emperor. The process of devouring lasted for a very long time. This was also because Chen Xiang's skill and body were not powerful enough. Otherwise, the devouring process would be carried out very fast. Of course, he was currently devouring an expert whose strength was many times stronger than his. It was already good enough that he didn't die from it. Lu Menger's frost wine divine art was also very powerful. Otherwise, she would have not frozen a martial artist who was a lot stronger than her. Although the frozen duration would be short and consumed a lot of her true qi, it gave Chen Xiang a chance to use the demon-devouring art. In the meanwhile, Lu Menger was refining the pure true qi that Chen Xiang transmitted to her, which allowed her gradually enhance her true qi. The pure true qi source was endless, so she could continuously use the frost wind divine art to freeze the middle-aged man of the fire God shrine. Moreover, as Chen Xiang gradually devoured the man's true qi, his strength had weakened a lot, hence Lu Menger did not need to use too much ice-cold energy to freeze him. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Although Chen Xiang was enduring the pain, his physical body and divine sense had both increased by a stage. His immortal and demon body had reached the 19th stage, and his soul was around the age of 19. Very quickly, it would finish the growth phase. By then, he would be able to use the God traveling in the nine heavens art. The middle-aged man of the fire God shrine had substantial amount of his power being devoured. He became extremely weak and his voice was Hoa. RSE. If he knew that Chen Xiang had such a demonic art, he wouldn't have come even if he were coerced. Right now, he could only regret his actions and hated Chen Xiang, but he had no way to break free. Kid, even if I die, I will drag you down to H.E.L. with me. The middle-aged man suddenly let out a harsh laugh, causing Chen Xiang's expression to change, because he suddenly felt that more and more power was surging into his body, while the middle-aged man's body was slowly drying up as he became extremely old. Haha, I'll inflate you to death. The smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly disappeared. He let out the last wave of true qi of him with the last words and infilled into Chen Xiang's body. Chen Xiang roared. Lu Menger was so anxious that her face was covered in tears. She hurriedly hugged Chen Xiang's swollen body that was filled with fresh blood. Both Chen Xiang's physical body and his consciousness were completely filled up. He would explode to die if the tyrannical power was not to be released. Hold him tightly, then do as I say. Only you can save him now. Lu Menger, who was at a loss, suddenly heard a melodious and light voice in her mind, which shocked her greatly. Unable to do anything, she hurriedly asked with her divine sense, "What method?" Hold him, shake his hand, and absorb the raging true qi in his body. I am going to teach you a martial art so that you can absorb the true qi in his body. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang had already lost consciousness. Helpless, she could only communicate with Lu Menger. Lu Menger had no time to find out who the woman she was talking to. She immediately did as Su Meiyao said. In order to alleviate Chen Xiang's pain, she took the initiative to kiss him and hardly separated his teeth, so that her soft tongue could tangled with his. Some chants began to emerge in her mind. That was the Tai Chi divine art, one that evolved from Tai Chi subduing dragon art, which the first martial art that Chen Xiang practiced. Although it was not as powerful as the Tai Chi subduing dragon art, it was still a divine art. Lu Menger followed the chants and circulated her true qi to form a suction force that crazily devoured the tyrannical true qi inside Chen Xiang's body. Lu Menger could tell from the chant that it was extraordinary. Some of it was as profound as her frost wind divine art. She was basically certain that it was definitely a divine art. As power in his body was released, Chen Xiang quickly recovered. He felt that Lu Menger was kissing him, so he took the initiative to cooperate and enjoy the happiness that came after the pain. 3 days later, the middle-aged man's power was basically absorbed by Lu Menger, but now it was her turn to feel pain all over her body, because the middle-aged man's fire soul had entered her body, which meant she was about to fuse another fire soul. Ah! Lu Menger shouted, with her face full of pain. Chen Xiang sighed slightly and hugged Lu Menger in his arms. He could only use the same method Lu Menger used to alleviate her pain. Just like that, the pair of lovebirds tangled together again, painful but happy. It was not a small matter that Lu Menger fused with another fire soul. She already had a purple fire soul, and now she was going to merge with another purple fire soul, so no one knew the result. During the process of the fusion, Lu Menger's body began to emit purple flames. If Chen Xiang didn't have the heaven and earth flame soul, he would not have been able to endure it anymore. What made him unable to hold was that the white dress of Lu Menger that was attached by his blood was burnt. The two were both naked and embraced tightly, while kissing each other like being stick together. This sort of physical contact was unprecedented for the two of them, especially when the malevolent part of Chen Xiang's body touched Lu Menger's sacred and mysterious place that the two of them felt as if they were electrocuted. No, not yet. Lu Menger hurriedly used her divine sense to send a message to Chen Xiang with a pleading tone. At this moment, she was both shy and anxious. This kind of predicament almost made her lose her ability to think, especially as a hard, hot and big thing pressed on her lower body. Chen Xiang lightly replied. He and Lu Menger had not claimed their relation yet. Normally, they would just be insinuating each other, but if they were to take another step forward, it wouldn't work. This taboo couldn't be broken no matter what. Although Chen Xiang promised not to cross the red line, his bad hand slowly touched Lu Menger's waist as he rubbed the jade-like snow peaks. This time, he didn't touch them outside her clothes. The wonderful feeling almost made him lose consciousness from excitement. Furthermore, he could not stop. He used both his hands to stroke her snow-white, beautiful breasts greedily. Lu Menger was extremely shy. However, she did not stop him as she recalled that Chen Xiang had suffered so much before. Instead, she hugged his muscular waist, kissing him while allowing him to play with her proud snow rabbits, avariciously. Of course, this made Chen Xiang's evil fire even more intense, making him feel even worse. He really wanted to do everything he could to vent, but right now, Lu Menger was fusing her fire soul. If there was any accident on her, he would never forgive himself, so he had to endure it. Such endurance made him feel more painful than he did when he devoured the man's power. It was more suffering. What made Chen Xiang feel gratified was that he could unscrupulously stroke the pair of her long-loved rabbits. Sometimes he would rub them vigorously, and at other times he would lightly squeeze the pink lotus seeds, and made Lu Menger to occasionally let out a soft moan. 3 days later, Lu Menger successfully merged the fire soul. The first thing she did was quickly put on her clothes. Recalling how Chen Xiang's evil hands had touched her entire body during these 3 days, her face was burning hot. Her vagina were also repeatedly lifted up by Chen Xiang, causing her to show embarra. Sment repet. 1. Tively and her lower body wet, which made Chen Xiang smiled evilly. Hurry up and put on your clothes, Lu Menger shouted in a charming voice. Her face flushed with an intoxicating shade of red. Chapter 492 Hand of Slaughter of God. Chapter 492 Hand of Slaughter of God. After Chen Xiang put on his clothes, he smiled mischievously as he looked at Lu Menger's beautiful face, while glancing at her slender body, causing Lu Menger to shy and blame him inwardly. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Menger interrupted him. Don't mention what just happened. When she thought about the two of them hugging each other naked while her jade rabbits and entire body were being toyed with by Chen Xiang for a long time, Lu Menger's face immediately flushed, especially when she thought about how embarrassed said she was when Chen Xiang saw her posture, who she was being provoked. Seeing Chen Xiang's naughty smile, Lu Menger said with a snort, "You're not allowed to think about it anymore. You little rascal, you're so bad." Thinking about Chen Xiang's two big hands moving around her beautiful body, Lu Menger stomped her feet and spat in a low voice. "I knew that when I was with you, I would always be bullied by you." Chen Xiang laughed and said, "Sister Menger, didn't you just enjoy a lot as well? With that word, he brought Lu Menger over. Lu Menger struggled for a moment before sighing helplessly. She lightly punched Chen Xiang, then leaning into his embrace and whispering, "Little rascal, how are you right now? Are there any problems within your body?" Chen Xiang had channeled so much power into her body, which made her very worried. She felt that she couldn't handle the power herself, let alone Chen Xiang. "It's nothing. What about you, Sister Menger? You are supposed to be much better now." Chen Xiang gently caressed Lu Menger's back as he recalled the 3 days that had said between him and Lu Menger, causing his heart to ripple. Although nothing Zul happened, it still gave him an endless aftertaste of what had happened, especially the perfect body of Lu Menger. His heartbeat would accelerate as he thought of that. Feeling Chen Xiang's heartbeat quicken, Lu Menger pursed her lips and snorted, "Thank you for letting me have such a great harvest. My fire soul has increased by a lot, so has my strength. I think I will soon start to endure the 8th Nirvana tribulation." That was a man who said the 8th Nirvana tribulation, whose strength was devoured. The dense force had entered Lu Menger's body and was refined by her. Lu Menger was also a person who had just said the 7th Nirvana tribulation, and even she couldn't believe this speed of improvement. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 1,000 years to achieve the exact level. Chen Xiang evilly smiled, "There's no need to be courteous. My harvest is also very great, haha." Humph! Lu Menger's face flushed red as she stepped on Chen Xiang. The middle-aged man of Fire God Shrine had already turned into a mummy. Lu Menger had released a flame to burn the corpse. If the Fire God Shrine knew about this, then it would be quite troublesome for them. After what had happened before, Chen Xiang and Lu Menger became even closer. Chen Xiang knew that there would be a second time after the first occurrence, and when he thought about how he would be able to enjoy the charm of this peerless Lady Emperor in the future, he became excited inwardly. "Why aren't you getting the White Tiger divine weapon? What are you thinking about?" Lu Menger resentfully looked at Chen Xiang. Her face was flushed as she let out a light breath. She knew that she was destined to be Chen Xiang's person in this life. It tormented her a lot once she thought that she had to face Xue Xianxian and Ling Yulan. Chen Xiang walked over and released his White Tiger True Qi. With a palm strike, he shattered the crystal box and dripped some blood on the White Tiger glove. A golden white light exploded and entered Chen Xiang's arms before disappearing. "Haha!" Chen Xiang laughed aloud. As he worked his mind, that pair of white tiger gloves appeared on his hands. He could feel the power of the hand of God of Slaughter. He threw a punch at the forest in the distance, not using his true qi, but there was still an extremely strong fist wind that ferociously blew out. In the blink of an eye, waves of huge trees in the forest fell down. It was so formidable even without true qi, then what would happen if he used? If it was coupled with the Azure Dragon subduing Demon Slayer, his strength would be even more unimaginable. Right now, he was itching to try it out. "Little rascal, do you often use that kind of martial art to devour people?" Lu Menger asked. She knew that it would be very harmful if he did it frequently. Chen Xiang was very happy. After fusing the gloves into his flesh, he came to Lu Menger and smiled. "Don't worry, I don't use them often now. Besides, I was very particular when I devoured them. I had no other choice at previous times." Thinking about the life-dangerous situation before, Lu Menger hugged Chen Xiang and leaned on his chest. "You have to be careful in the future. Don't let something like this happen again. I'm already worried to death." Chen Xiang kissed Lu Menger's cherry lips, while his evil hands attacked Lu Menger's chest. This caused Lu Menger to curse as she chased after Chen Xiang. The two of them were playing with each other, but in the end they still hugged and looked at each other affectionately, just as they were about to kissing. Cough, cough! The white tiger suddenly appeared. Chen Xiang cursed in his heart, "D.A.M. Ned Big White Cat, it doesn't appear when it should, but it appear when it shouldn't. Being discovered that they were intimate, Lu Menger's face flushed with embarrassment. This was the first time someone had seen her and Chen Xiang do this kind of intimate action. You guys seem to have encountered some danger earlier, but it seems like you've already solved it all. White Tiger laughed. Senior God of War, can you send me out all of the people in this place? Chen Xiang asked. He deliberately stressed on the words God of War, obviously to mock the White Tiger. White Tiger grunted, Kid, don't think you are invincible just because you win me. In that state, I indeed cannot use my full strength. Wait until you grow to my level, then you can come and have a real fight with me. I didn't establish this White Tiger profound realm. After you obtained the Azure Dragon subduing Demon Slayer and the Black Tortoise armament armor, you should know that the 4 symbols divine weapons are all in profound realms. Someone intentionally placed them in these profound realms and even modified those realms. Of course I know, but I don't think you'll tell me about that person who did it. Chen Xiang said. He guessed that this person had created a path to the core of Earth in the abyss. This person is truly mysterious and ruthless. The White Tiger mysteriously smiled and looked at Lu Menger. You will definitely know in the future, and this person will definitely surprise you. Chen Xiang was shocked. Do I know that person? No, but I can guarantee that you will be very surprised when you find out who he is. White Tiger laughed. Purposefully leaving a suspense. Chen Xiang crossed his arms in front of his chest and curled his lip. Senior White Tiger, can you send us out? Or do we have to wait until the big whirlpool opens that we can leave? Could it be that Lu Menger was in a hurry to go back and stabilize her cultivation, and then prepare for her tribulation? Of course I can. Even though this profound realm wasn't established by me, I can open a path at any time. As the White Tiger spoke, it raised both its arms high up in the air. The entire White Tiger profound realm was suddenly filled with the power of SPAC, and the White Tiger profound realm started to tremble slightly. Chapter 493 A Sore Secret. Chapter 493 A Sore Secret. Sensing that the White Tiger profound realm was trembling, everyone inside immediately raised head to look in the direction of the spatial energy. They saw that a huge black whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky, right in the middle of the profound realm. If anyone dare to interrupt me cultivation, I will make sure he stays here forever. There won't be any exception. The White Tiger let out a furious roar, and at the same time, it released a threatening pressure from its body with a thick killing intent that enveloped the entire White Tiger profound realm. Those Nirvana realm 1. Tioniers were promptly astonished. They knew that there was a very strong fellow concealed within the profound realm. Because they were at the profound realm, no matter how strong the people inside were, they would not be sucked into the heavenly realm. Therefore, they immediately thought that strength of the person who had spoken earlier had already far exceeded the peak of the mortal realm. Such a fellow was not someone they could challenge. Very quickly, Chen Xiang and Lu Menger saw a large group of people suddenly leaping into the sky and flying towards the spatial whirlpool. Can I come back in the future? Chen Xiang asked. After all, Bai Zhenzhen was still here. They had been staying together for a period of time and had developed feelings for each other. Come in if you can. I won't drive you away. White Tiger said with a smile. Lu Menger released the Jade Lotus Frisbee and Chen Xiang jumped onto it. The two of them bid farewell to the White Tiger and flew up. After reaching the top, Chen Xiang suddenly saw Gu Dongchen flying towards him. The current Gu Dongchen was no longer that handsome and elegant headmaster. Instead, he was like a beggar on the street. His body was dirty and his hair disheveled. His face was covered in black mud, while his tattered clothes emitted a foul stench. Junior Master, how come you are with her? Gu Dongchen immediately shouted when he saw Lu Menger's Jade Lotus Frisbee. Little kid, how did you become like this? Chen Xiang covered his nose and asked with a frown. It is all because I was looking for you, you bastard. I've searched for you for days and nights without stopping, but you are actually with this woman. Gu Dongchen was so angry that his heart was about to explode. He knew about the secret relation between Chen Xiang and Lu Menger. Thinking about how Chen Xiang was together with such a beauty during the past few days, he almost vomited blood. Gu Dongchen was worried that Chen Xiang would die in the devil storm. If so, how could he face Wang Jintian? That was why he had desperately searched for him. Sister Menger, let's go. Just ignore him. He stinks. Chen Xiang laughed heartily, causing Gu Dongchen to roar in anger. Lu Menger activated the Jade Lotus Frisbee and flew into the huge black door in the sky. Then, she appeared on the surface of the sea. Brother Gu, your junior master really have a good luck with women. Now, he must have a relation with Lu Menger. You were striving to find him for those days, but he was with Lu Menger, haha. Even though Lien Yingxiao said so, he was very jealous of Chen Xiang. He was also a romantic person and had many women, but there were no women at Lu Menger's level. He felt that a strong woman like Lu Menger was much stronger than his hundreds. Gu Dongchen snorted coldly. He's my junior master after all, the disciple of that old lunatic. He definitely has some tricks. Lien Yingxiao shook his head and smiled. With a wave of his hand, he released a ball of water that washed Gu Dongchen clean. Then they flew away from the White Tiger profound realm. The martial artists who entered the realm were all futile, especially the ones who found mineral veins there. Under the might of the White Tiger, they had no choice but to leave. After all, it was not their territory. Although they found a crystal mine, it was still not theirs. Of course, Chen Xiang and Lu Menger were the ones who benefited the most. Little rascal, don't come looking for me in this period of time, you know. Lu Menger said in a low voice as she squeezed his arm. Chen Xiang took out the treasure refining manual and smiled. This is what I promised you. Take it. Lu Menger hurriedly received it and immediately flipped open a few pages. When she saw the contents inside, her beautiful eyes flashed with all sorts of ecstasy. She didn't even know that Chen Xiang's hands had landed on her chest. Feeling her chest being attacked, Lu Menger finally reacted. She quickly patted Chen Xiang's head. Little rascal, what if others see us? Take your hands back. Lu Menger put away the treasure refining manual. It wouldn't be too late for her to take a look at it in the future. She was also extremely curious about Chen Xiang's situation. Especially when Su Meiyao secretly sent her a voice transmission, she even taught her a powerful cultivation method that benefited her greatly. Knowing that Chen Xiang had a mysterious and powerful woman with him, Lu Menger secretly felt jealous. She didn't ask Chen Xiang about Su Meiyao. She guessed that it was Chen Xiang's greatest secret. Looking at the naughty smile on Chen Xiang's handsome face, Lu Menger knew that Chen Xiang would definitely have quite a few women by his side. As for this, she could only accept it. Tell me when you're going to transcend the tribulation. I'll do my best to help you. Chen Xiang laughed as he stroked Lu Menger's jade-like hand. Feeling that someone was approaching, Lu Menger quickly let go of Chen Xiang's hand. She saw Gu Dongchen riding on a frisbee and coming here. Even Lien Yingxiao was on it. Follow him back to the extreme martial sect. Lu Menger said reluctantly. Although Chen Xiang was always mean to her, she really wanted to be with him. Chen Xiang jumped onto Gu Dongchen's frisbee and waved goodbye to Lu Menger. After she flew away, Chen Xiang let out a sigh and sat down. Junior Master, how close are you with her right now? Gu Dongchen asked in a smile. Lien Yingxiao was also curious. When men and men were together, there was no avoiding this topic. Get away, what does this have to do with you? Chen Xiang was also cautious about it. He knew that Lien Yingxiao and Gu Dongchen wouldn't reveal it. If they did, it would only increase a little pressure on Lu Menger, while he, Chen Xiang, would only be envied by others. Chen Xiang, my daughters have always wanted to meet you. I am wondering. Forget it, I don't want to call you father-in-law. Chen Xiang spread out his hands and smiled. Sigh, no wonder. With a woman like Lu Menjie, there aren't many people that you would like to eye on. Lien Yingxiao sighed. He pursued Lu Menjie for many years, only made her mad in the end, after which Lu Menjie kept not speaking to him. Chen Xiang asked, Senior Lien, is Lien Mingdong your son? Lien Mingdong's ident. 1. Tai has always piqued Chen Xiang's curiosity. He always felt that Lien Mingdong was not simple, moreover, he was very similar to Lien Yingxiao. Yes, he is my son, but he hates me. Sigh, it's all my fault for not taking good care of his mother, resulting in her murder. Thus, he left the Lotus Island at a very young age. What, Lien Mingdong is your son? This brat came to the extreme martial sect very early on. He is much better in every aspect than your other arrogant sons. Now that I think about it, he does look like you. However, he is not as romantic as you. It seems like he doesn't even have a woman. Gu Dongchen was thoroughly surprised. Lien Mingdong was also from the Top-End Martial Academy. As the dean of the Top-End Martial Academy, Gu Dongchen knew the disciples inside very well and had trained them well. Chapter 494 The Power of Creation, Part 1. Chapter 494 The Power of Creation, Part 1. Lien Yingxiao sighed and frowned. Mingdong had been with his mother since he was young. He lives in a humble life and his talent is outstanding. It's just that he hated me, so he decided to refute my material support and left the family. I also know that his is in the extreme martial sect. It pleases me a lot to know that he lives well there. Regarding Lien Mingdong, Lien Yingxiao flew away from the frisbee with a deep consideration. Chen Xiang felt that this matter was not simple. However, since that was someone else's family matter, he did not want to ask more this. After returning to the extreme martial sect, Chen Xiang quickly returned to the Tai Dan King Hall to see if Wu Qianqian had returned, but he still couldn't find her. He hadn't seen the number 1 beauty of the extreme martial sect for a long time. Chen Xiang only wanted to give some ingredients to Wu Qianqian to refine Dan. This would not only help Wu Qianqian improve her Dan refining skills, but he would not need to do so himself. It seems now that Lu Menjie is about to undergoing her tribulation very soon. I taught her the Tai Chi divine technique, so she will definitely improve faster. Therefore, you better prepare some Huanming Dan for her. Su Meiyao said. Lu Menjie taught Chen Xiang her frost wind divine technique, allowing Bai Yuyu to benefit greatly. She didn't need to cultivate the relentless demon art to become stronger, so the two sisters was very grateful towards Lu Menjie in this area. What? You taught the Tai Chi divine technique to Sister Menjie? Chen Xiang cried out in alarm because he didn't know about this matter. At that time, you were delirious and your body almost exploded to death. That was why I gave her the Tai Chi divine technique, so that she could use it to rapidly absorb the undigestible power within your body. Besides, I am also thanking her for her frost wind divine technique, which relived my senior sister long-time troubles. Su Meiyao said. If possible, she wanted to make friends with a woman like Lu Menjie right now. However, she would definitely have plenty of opportunities in the future. If you have the time, just teach her the icy soul devil dominance to her. Consider it my thanks. Bai Yuyu said. Due to Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu's impart powerful martial arts, as well as Huang Jintian's Tai Chi dragon subduing technique and Long Xue's supreme dragon martial art, he didn't know the value of the sacred art and didn't have any knowledge of its value. However, Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were very clear on the fact that the sacred art was not easy to come by. Anyway, she's already your woman. There's nothing for us to worry about. Su Meiyao smiled in a meaning. Everything that happened between Lu Menjie and Chen Xiang was seen by Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu because they were hidden on top of the mysterious ring. Chen Xiang laughed. You guys are really bad. You peek at us to be intimate with each other. Little rascal, I did quite a bit of work for you to take advantage of her. Su Meiyao coquettishly snorted. Hee, it'll be great if you let me take advantage of you as well. Chen Xiang laughed in a bad smile. After that, he began to imagine. Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao were as beautiful as Lu Menger. Beside, each of them had her own characteristic. When he thought about the three Blee beauties being carried in his arms, his breath became quicker. Don't let your imagination run wild. Bai Yuyu shouted at him in a serious tone. How could she not know about Chen Xiang was thinking of? Hurry up and try out the dragon's saliva that you have condensed. It will definitely be different from before. After hearing Bai Yuyu's words, Chen Xiang recalled that he now had the heaven and earth fire soul. After using the dragon's saliva technique, it would definitely be different. Previously, it was precisely because of the heaven fire soul that he was able to condense the even more powerful golden dragon saliva. No one knew what would happen until Chen Xiang tried it out. Chen Xiang took a bath and sat on the bed. He started to circulate the dragon's saliva technique while simultaneously sensing the heaven and earth fire soul in his body. After the fire soul entered one's bones, blood, and soul, it caused one's flesh and blood to contain a type of very small flame particles. By absorbing spirit qi, these particles would strengthen. The particles in Chen Xiang's heaven fire soul were able to release life force, which allowed Chen Xiang to extract life energy from those weak particles to condense the golden dragon saliva as he coordinated it with his dragon saliva technique. The heaven fire soul came from the blazing sun. The energy released by the sun could give birth to all sorts of life forms, but what about the heaven fire soul? What is this? Chen Xiang quickly saw the tiny particles of the heaven and earth fire soul. What shocked him was that the particles contained a lot of energy that emitted white rays. These energies did not grow stronger by absorbing true qi, but strengthening on themselves. In order to see more clearly, he focused on observing. Soon, he understood why the white energy could be strengthened spontaneously. This made his breathing quicken with excitement. The white energy was magical. It could split spontaneously into two energy particles of the same mass. After that, the particles could reunite, then resplit and reunite, and become stronger. Sometimes, they could even split into multiple energy particles, then fuse and become stronger. This is self-creation. This is the power of creation. To create it out of thin air. Chen Xiang was stunned. He immediately told Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu about his discovery. When they found out, they were also shocked. It seems that your heaven and earth fire soul contains the power of creation. Even without spirit qi, your fire soul will also gradually become stronger and create spirit qi. However, right now it has only just been formed and its creation speed is limited. If it becomes faster in the future, then you will get endless powers. Su Meiyao said. If you use this power of creation to condense dragon saliva, the elixir will definitely grow very fast. Bai Yuyu said. Chen Xiang's progress made her feel extremely gratified. The power of creation might be able to make a leaf grow into a tree, or even produce spirit fruits from a few seeds, so it would not be necessary to plant a tree. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang could not wait making a move. He immediately circulated the dragon saliva technique to extract the power of creation. In just 2 hours, his mouth was already full of this power of creation, and he didn't feel like he was going to use it up at all. He vomited the power of creation into a bottle, making it at least half full. Now let's see how magical it is. Chen Xiang was filled with anticipation as he placed the half bottle of power of creation into the ring, allowing Su Meiyao and Bai Yu to try it out in the medicinal garden inside the ring. The power of creation was like clear water, devoid of aura or elixir. If Chen Xiang had not condensed it, Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao would have thought that it was only half a bottle of clear water. Why don't you try using the green profound fruit? Su Meiyao said as she handed the half bottle of power of creation and a green profound fruit to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang cut the green profound fruit into 8 pieces and dripped a drop on top of each of the pieces. After waiting for a moment, the small piece of green profound fruit flesh was instantly wrapped in a white light. The white light slowly grew larger, becoming the size of a head. When the white light disappeared, Chen Xiang was astonished, while Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were also stunned. Green profound fruit was only the size of a fist, but the green profound fruit on the table was like a huge watermelon glowing with green light. It could be told from the rich spirit qi that this green profound fruit was in an extremely high quality. This is just a drop. Just a single drop was enough to turn a small piece of green profound fruit into a complete fruit, and it was even as big as a watermelon. Chapter 495 The Power of Creation, Part 2. Chapter 495 The Power of Creation, Part 2. Chen Xiang was every happy. Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao were also extremely excited inside the ring. I don't need to plant that kind of dame trees anymore in the future, I can just use this thing to make a lot of the fruits. Chen Xiang laughed loudly as he hurriedly gave the watermelon-sized green profound fruit to Long Shui, causing her to laugh out loud in excitement. Chen Xiang dripped another drop, quickly turning a small piece of fruit into a watermelon-sized green profound fruit. This time, he placed the green profound fruit into his ring, for Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu to appraise its quality. I wonder if there is such an effect on the Ling Dan? Once Chen Xiang thought of this, he immediately went to do it. He cut open a Zhenyuan Dan and dripped a drop of the power of creation into it. However, he waited for a long time without any reaction. I don't think so. Your Dan doesn't have life force. But the green profound fruit has that, which is why it can be created. Su Meiyao said, the quality of that green profound fruit is very good, it's equivalent to 10 green profound fruits. Chen Xiang asked Su Meiyao to take out a little bit of soul-retrieving herb that only in the size of a fingernail. He dripped a drop of power of creation onto it. Not long later, the small piece of soul-retrieving herb was surrounded by white lights, and after the white lights disappeared, the small piece of GRAS was only slightly larger. This is indeed an upper-rank Earth-level elixir. It grows up too slow. Chen Xiang was a little disappointed, but that was within reason. Following that, he dropped all the small bottle of power of creation onto the small herb. It didn't take long for the fingernail-sized herb to grow to as big as a finger. Another half of the bottle should be able to transform it into a complete and mature soul-retrieving herb. Sui Meiyao said in excitement. This was much faster than using the GRAS seeds to plant. According to the speed at which Chen Xiang condensed the power of creation, he could get one soul-retrieving herb within 4 hours. In the past, it would take a pretty long time to grow. Following that, Chen Xiang not only tried the soul-retrieving herb, but also the 9-element flowers and white jade lotus seed. This time, he tried a different method. He split the white jade lotus seed in half and then, using half of a bottle of power of creation on top of it. This way, the power of creation could make white jade lotus seed to create another half of itself spontaneously. It was the same with the 9-element flowers. This way, he didn't need to spend too much time growing more trees than waiting for them to mature. Now, all he needed to do was to create fruits straightly. It required an actual body to create something. It could be a small piece or a half. After a day, Chen Xiang was able to prepare 2 medicinal ingredients of life-retrieving Dan. This method was so efficient. If the Dan alchemists of the heavenly realm were to find out about it, Chen Xiang would definitely be in a great trouble. No matter how you do it, you can chop some medicinal herbs into pieces, then dilute the power of creation into water, and use it to water the medicinal herbs. Very quickly, the medicinal herbs will become complete, then you can chop them into pieces, water them again, As Su Meiyao said this, she was so excited that she took a deep breath. The power of creation was self-division, then fusion, and division and fusion again, in a cycle that circulated endlessly. It was the same principle as creating a batch of medicinal herbs. This was the power of creation within the universe. Haha, Chen Xiang laughed maniacally. As long as he obtained a set of precious medicinal ingredients, he would be able to duplicate them in bulk. He would definitely be able to make a lot of benefit in a world where Dan was so scarce. In just 5 days, Chen Xiang already had prepared 10 servings of life-retrieving Dan. This made him want to find Lu Menjur immediately, but he knew that he couldn't interrupt her cultivation. Of course, it was not that he had nothing to do. He had plenty of things to busy himself with. He had promised Elder Dan that he would be able to refine a low-rank Earth-level Dan within 3 years and compete with him. Now he began to refine a middle-rank profound-level Dan. Previously, he had obtained a spring garden fruit tree and some pure essence fruits from the evil demon profound realm in the King's continent, which could be used to refine pure essence golden Dan. The pure essence golden Dan was a kind of pellet that could help people quickly increase their true chi. It was suitable for a 9th or ultimate stage genuine martial realm artist to consume. According to Chen Xiang's knowledge, the pure essence golden Dan was also rare in the market and its price was very high. 1 pill was worth 2 to 3 million crystals. However, even if one had crystals, it was hard to find and buy one. The pure essence golden Dan was not only a rare ingredient, but it was also very difficult to refine. The main ingredients included fruits and leaves of pure essence fruit trees, as well as some yearly supplementary medicines. The pure essence fruit was a very special spirit fruit. As long as it was stimulated, it would explode. Therefore, when refining, one needed to use a very mild flame. Even so, it would accidentally explode anyway. As Chen Xiang obtained the pure essence fruit tree, Su Meiyao had already plucked the leaves and fruit. She divided them into portions so that Chen Xiang could refine them faster. This kind of Dan is much better than the 5 elements true essence Dan. After all, it's a middle-rank profound level Dan. In the world of Dan, 1 rank difference means a huge gap. Although only 2 main medicinal ingredients were needed, they were extremely difficult to find. Moreover, once they were stimulated, those pure essence fruits would also be destroyed. Last time a number of pure essence fruits were destroyed when you brought here a whole tree. Su Meiyao said. If those Dan refiners had so many pure essence fruits destroyed by Chen Xiang, their hearts would ache a lot. However, Chen Xiang did not care at all. As long as he had a few days, he would be able to make a whole bunch of them. He could even use the pure essence fruit as an explosive pill to attack others. As long as I can refine a few types of low-rank Earth-level Dan, I will be able to compete with Elder Dan. At that time I should be able to see how she looks like. I've been curious for a long time. Chen Xiang said. Of course, what he was most worried about was Elder Dan's safety in the Nirvana tribulation. He already considered Elder Dan as his good friend, so he decided to meet Elder Dan and give her some medicinal ingredients of life-retrieving Dan. Chen Xiang took out the flame dragon treasure furnace and sighed with emotion. He knew that once he obtained the heaven and earth fire soul, he would be able to refine the pills even faster, especially as he burned and refined those stubborn medicinal ingredients. Chen Xiang's Dan refining skills were not learnable to anyone. Now that he was gradually getting used to using magic power to refine, which was much easier to use divine sense. For example, his magic power could easily squeeze those tyrannical spirit chi. He carefully placed the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the pure essence golden Dan into the flame dragon treasure furnace, then infilled flames into it. After that, fled bang was generated. It exploded just like that? Chen Xiang's flame was already very gentle, but before he could even take a practice, the pure essence fruit exploded and blew up all the other herbs. I told you. It seems like your refining method is not good enough. You need to react faster. In the future, there will be more medicinal herbs of this type. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang nodded his head and continued. Just now, he was already familiar with the characteristics of the pure essence fruit, so he could refine it more accurately the second time. Chapter 496 The Pure Essence Golden Dan. Chapter 496 The Pure Essence Golden Dan. Inside the secret room, Chen Xiang's Dan furnace started trembling with a loud bang. It is the D.A.M. Ned fifth time. Chen Xiang laid on the ground, his forehead drenched in sweat. This was the first time he had failed so many times in his practice. This pure essence Golden Dan was indeed very difficult to refine. This kind of spiritual energy consumption caused his head to sink. He closed his eyes and rested for a moment, thinking about the reason for his failure. D.A.M. Ned, it's all because of those leaves. Why are the same leaves with different natures? Some of them are stubborn enough to burn with fire, while others are gentle enough that they would disappear by accident. Moreover, once they disappear, the Dan furnace will be in chaos and detonated the pure essence fruit. Chen Xiang's head was extremely big. There were at least a few dozen of leaves, each of which was different in size. It was equivalent to dozens of different types of spiritual medicines, either very stubborn or very fragile. Coupled with the supplementary medicinal herbs, it was equivalent to refining 60 to 70 different medicinal herbs at the same time. This made Chen Xiang extremely frustrated. These leaves are all the same in the beginning, but after being incinerated by the flames, all kinds of changes will occur. Don't look down on these leaves. They would not have been the main herbs without such variations. You have to grasp the nature of each leaf as soon as those leaves mutate. You have to remember it well in order to properly refine it. Su Meiyao said. These leaves were not mutating simultaneously. Some of them were faster, while others were slower. You would not grasp it if any tiny accident occurred. It seems like all of the leaves mutated in one instant, but they did not mutate in the same instant, because there was a very weak time gap between them. Therefore, Chen Xiang had to remember the properties of dozens of leaves in half an instant and then quickly refine them. According to the results of the refining, he had to hastily adjust them in half an instant before attempting to refine them again. Dan refiners at the level of King of Dan can split a moment into 2 hours. Even though it is only a moment in the eyes of the Dan Kings, it is as slow as 2 hours, so they have enough time to refine it. You should know that refining methods requires a very high level of mastery of time. Sometimes you will be defeated in less than half an hour. You must know, the heavenly grade Dan refined by the King of Dan can only be obtained once in 1,000 years, so they must not fail. The time was short, but if his perception was very keen and he took fast lapsing time very slowly, he didn't have to fail due to short of time. It was just like when the enemy was punching quickly. If one had strong eyesight and divine sense, he could slow down the enemy's fast fists and then dodge or block them. Chen Xiang now understood that refining a higher level Dan did not rely on multiple failures to successfully refine it. Rather, it required other aspects of improvement. After resting well, Chen Xiang continued refining the pure essence Golden Dan. This time, he had to focus on the moment when the leaves changed. He had to slow down that moment so that he would be able to know every leaf thoroughly before properly refining it. To do this, Chen Xiang's observation ability needed to be faster and more accurate. After 10 times, Chen Xiang had already made a breakthrough and was able to slow down his cultivation. However, he still used up a lot of his spirit energy. Now, he knew why he needed to refine higher-level Dan to increase his strength. Even though he was a cultivator of the divine path and had a powerful divine sense, he still couldn't handle it. This time, I must cross that threshold. Chen Xiang rested for an entire day and put himself in a peak condition. The last time he failed, he was only failing on getting aware of the property of one leaf. He still had some pure essence fruits and leaves, enough for him to try a few more times. If he still wasn't successful, he could only wait a few more days and plant more before refining them. After a short moment, Chen Xiang let out a sigh of relief. He finally stepped past the rock that was obstructing his path to success. Right now, he could hold on to those dozens of leaves with different characteristics and begin the correct training. Difficulties were overcome bit by bit, and success was accumulated through continuous failures. Even though he hadn't succeeded yet, Chen Xiang felt very excited because he had stepped over a hurdle. Very soon, it was time to condense and form Dan, which was also the most difficult time in a refining process. He had to continuously refine, adjust the wrong me, practice again, and adjust again. The exchange was extremely intense, and was going on and on until the formation was successful. If he did not use his magic power to supplement the formation process, he would not have enough divine sense right now because he had consumed a lot in the previous refining step. Even though using magic power could reduce the burden on his divine sense, he was still drenched in sweat and had a splitting headache. Fortunately, he had already gotten used to refining other Dan earlier, otherwise he would have gone crazy. Chen Xiang's forehead was full of veins. The muscles on his face started to twitch, and the flame dragon furnace trembled crazily. This was the critical moment for the core formation. After a short moment, Chen Xiang's pale face reddened. He who was tensed up relaxed while Dan stopped shaking. Although he failed 20 times, it only took him a few days to successfully refine the pure essence golden pill. It's finally done. He opened the lid of the Dan furnace and saw 4 glittering Dan inside. Those were the pure essence golden Dan. Even though it was only 4 pills, its effects were much better than 45 elements true essence Dan. One more than that recorded in the book. I feel that when I familiarize myself with it, I should be able to produce 5 in one go. Chen Xiang gave 2 pure essence golden Dan to Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, and reserved 1 for Long Shui. Superior quality. When many alchemists learn to refine new pills, they will reduce the quant. 1. Tai and quality of the Dan they refine to the lowest level to guarantee success, then improve quality and yield after familiarizing themselves with the process. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang, on the other hand, had already decided from the start that he wanted to refine superior quality and large amounts of Dan, which was the exact opposite of what many alchemists wanted. It seems that I need to refine more of this kind of Dan. Once my cultivation stabilizes, I can take them. Other people can also take them to improve quickly. Chen Xiang began to plan. If it was before, he might have to plant trees first, but now he only needed to chop the pure yuan leaves and fruits into minced pieces and then use the power of creation liquid to water them. Next, he would begin to condense and create the divine liquid. This was the name he had given to such a magical item. Make it more, so I can sell it to those green hands and make a huge profit. Right now, he was the one who possessed over 1 billion crystals. However, he was still insignificant in the eyes of those headmasters. Chapter 497 Assistance from Outside the Heaven. Chapter 497 Assistance from outside the heaven. In order to solidify his foundation, Chen Xiang needed to stay at the early phase of spiritual martial realm for a period of time. When he felt that it was about the proper time, he could immediately level up. He gathered a large amount of power of creation liquid and set it to Su Meiyao, allowing her and Bai Yuyu to create a large amount of pure essence fruit and leaves in the ring. After a few days, Chen Xiang already had a large amount of medicinal ingredients to refine the pure essence golden Dan. Right now, he was continuously refining Dan, one reason of which was to help him consolidate the foundation for refining the middle-grade profound rank Dan, and the other was to obtain a large amount of pure essence golden Dan. Either he took it or sold to others, he would definitely benefit a lot from it. Straightly, Chen Xiang had already refined the pure essence Golden Dan for more than 2 months, and he had even locked himself in the secret room while laid down a barrier to isolate the sound from the outside, allowing him to refine Dan in peace, because he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to refine the pure essence Golden Dan to familiarize himself with the technique of slowing down time. This was not only useful for refining pills, but also brought great benefits during battles, especially when he met those who made quick move. 8,000 pure essence Golden Dan should be enough for a very long time. Chen Xiang looked at the baskets of golden pills, his eyes stinging from the golden light. Only a prodigy like him would be able to refine the precious Dan in baskets after basket. You do have made a great progress. It seems that you have already gotten used to and mastered higher-level Dan refining techniques, especially observing those high-speed changes. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang's rapid progress made her gasp in amazement, but she was already used to it. Chen Xiang stretched lazily and said with a smile, "Sister Meiyao, I'm really tired right now, why don't you help me wash up?" "No way, don't even think about it," Su Meiyao coquettishly said. He took a hot bath and flirted with Su Meiyao before lying on the soft bed and having a good sleep. The next day, Chen Xiang, who was having a beautiful dream, suddenly heard someone call out to him. "Chen Xiang, Chen Xiang." Chen Xiang immediately opened his eyes, because this was Wu Qianqian's voice. Her return did make him happy. After all, she was very beautiful. Even without the N.O.B.L.Y. postures like that of Lu Menjie or Hua Xiangyue, her looking and body were pretty attractive. "Qianqian, I missed you so much." Chen Xiang grinned as he opened the door. Wu Qianqian giggled as a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face. "You really miss me?" Chen Xiang welcomed Wu Qianqian into the living room and asked, "Qianqian, where have you been? I can't even find you." "I have gone into a closed-door training. It was Elder Dan who arranged it. However, no matter how hard I try, I will not be able to catch up with you." Wu Qianqian sighed. She was such a competitive woman. Even though Wu Qianqian said so, Chen Xiang felt that it was not easy for her. She was now a stage 9 warrior of the true martial realm. Chen Xiang wanted to know what methods Elder Dan had used to make her grow up so quickly. "Do you have any business with me? Or you really miss me?" Wu Qianqian smiled sweetly with her eyes squeezed. She was originally a prideful woman, but after Chen Xiang lectured her, she completely changed. Right now, the white dress she wore was very old, but it was very clean. Although she didn't have any gorgeous clothes, her bright and sweet smile, beautiful face, and mature charm made her seem like a carefree person. Yes, both of them. As Chen Xiang spoke, he took out a few storage pouches. "These are all true essence Dan, white jade powder, foundation building Dan, bone cleansing Dan, and 5 elements true essence Dan. I don't remember how much there are. Just take and refine them." Wu Qianqian already knew that Chen Xiang was very generous, but before this, she had only given him some gradients of true essence Dan. Now, he even had Foundation Establishment Dan and 5 Elements True Essence Dan, which were all low-grade Profound Rank Dan and extremely precious. You better hurry up and learn how to refine it. Don't waste too many medicinal herbs. If Elder Dan asks about it, just say that I gave it to you. According to the previous agreement, once you have successfully refined one portion, you take one of your own, and give me everything left. Chen Xiang said. He had a lot of these herbs, but he was too lazy to waste time on them. This was a great opportunity, so Wu Qianqian certainly wouldn't refuse. She smiled sweetly and said, "You are so generous. How should I repay you?" "What about a night with me?" Chen Xiang said in a bad smile, which made Wu Qianqian blush slightly. "Aren't you afraid that your little fairy wife will be jealous?" Wu Qianqian's smile was very enchanting and her seductive demeanor was extremely seductive. Chen Xiang's heart rippled as he watched. I was just joking." As Chen Xiang spoke, he couldn't help but look at Wu Qianqian's chest. It was actually a lot bigger, making him feel that women were ever-changing. After Wu Qianqian put away the bags of holding, she said, I came back this time because I wanted to go to the Demon Subduing Academy to learn some abilities, but I couldn't meet the requirements. They only recruit those who have reached the extreme realm. The Demon Subduing Academy? What is it? Chen Xiang asked in a query. He hadn't come out for just 2 months, but something like this suddenly popped up. You don't know about it? Wu Qianqian said in surprise. Both of your fairy wife and white-haired sister are inside it. How could you not know about it? Out of his expectation, both Xue Xianxian and Ling Yulan went to that so-called Demon Subduing Academy. Chen Xiang was even more puzzled. However, he was happy that Xue Xianxian and Ling Yulan both stepped into the extreme realm. Wu Qianqian had said earlier that only the extreme realm martial artists could enter. Tell me about it. I've been here too long. Chen Xiang hurriedly asked. You better ask the headmaster. He might be able to speak in more details. I am leaving first. The next time we meet, I'll definitely be able to bring back a lot of Dan for you. Wu Qianqian smiled at Chen Xiang before turning around to leave. Chen Xiang quickly found Gu Dongchen. Junior Master, I yelled till my throat broke, but you didn't even come out to see me. Now you know the consequences of not seeing me, don't you? Gu Dongchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a smile. Chen Xiang grunted as he took out a pure essence golden Dan and threw it over. I'm making this. Hurry up and tell me. After that, I'll make a deal with you. After receiving the pure essence golden Dan, Gu Dongchen immediately recognized it. He shouted excitedly, It's really a gift to me. This is good stuff. However, when he thought of making a deal with Chen Xiang, Gu Dongchen's heart couldn't help but hurt. He knew that Chen Xiang would definitely benefit a lot from him. The Demon Subduing Academy appears out of nowhere a month ago. Just like the Fire God Shrine, it was from other worlds. However, unlike the Fire God Shrine, the Demon Subduing Academy does not aim to monopolizing the entire mortal martial realm. As Gu Dongchen spoke, he carefully looked at the golden pellet in his hand. He was sure that this was a pure essence golden Dan, a middle-grade profound rank Dan, which could help a man quickly obtain a large amount of true qi. It was very useful, especially for warriors at stage 8 and 9 of the true martial realm. The goal of this Demon Subduing Academy is to impart some martial arts techniques that can deal with fiendish demons to young martial artists with great potential and outstanding strength in this mortal martial realm. It also recruits young martial artists from other worlds who are all geniuses of this region. Gu Dongchen returned the pure essence gold Dan to Chen Xiang and said, I suggest you go inside to learn some martial arts techniques to deal with fiendish demons, as well as some knowledge of the fiendish demon realm. Chapter 498 Demon Subduing Academy. Chapter 498 Demon Subduing Academy. To deal with demons and monsters, Chen Xiang already had the demon suppression technique. He felt that there was no need to learn more of them. This Demon Subduing Academy is not simple. I've seen the Dean before. He is a very powerful guy. After this academy arrived, those men from the Fire God Shrine didn't even dare to make a sound. There seems to be a force in the heavenly realm called the Demon Suppression Shrine. Gu Dongchen's words caused Chen Xiang to ponder deeply. This was because the demon suppression technique he cultivated was most likely related to the Demon Suppression Shrine. I suggest you go there. If it is really related to the forces of the heavenly realm, perhaps you can learn the latest knowledge about the demon world from the school. Don't take the demon world too simply. It will benefit you if you have a deeper understanding of them. Junior sister and I only know about the demon world a long time ago. Bai Yu said quietly. Thinking of that, both Xue Xianxian and Ling Yulan had been there. No matter how busy Chen Xiang was now, he still had to join in the fun in order to prevent them from being bullied inside. I'll see. Little hare, are you interested in my pure essence golden Dan? Chen Xiang asked with a smile. Of course, but if you offer too high a price, you might let me not. Gu Dongchen smiled bitterly. 3,000,000 crystals per pellet, I can sell it to you for 100 pellets. Chen Xiang said firmly with his hands behind his back. Judging from his expression, there was no room for negotiation. This was 300 million crystals. Gu Dongchen had no choice but to bear with the pain in buying them in order to strengthen his sect. Chen Xiang knew that the headmaster had traveled across many continents and lived for over 10,000 years. He controlled many huge crystal mines and was extremely wealthy. Thus, Chen Xiang did not show mercy. Now I have 8 billion crystals. However, I can't afford a lot of earth-rank elixirs. Chen Xiang shook his head and sighed. The reason why he earned so many crystals was so that he would have a greater chance of winning when he comes across precious spiritual medicines. The Demon Subduing Academy was established on the King's Continent, which was the largest continent in the mortal martial world. However, the academy was moved here entirely, so of course they would choose the largest continent. So did the Fire God Shrine. As the ruler of the King's Continent, the royal family couldn't say anything about it. Last time when they did something to Chen Xiang, they received a heavy punishment. Thus, they didn't dare to do anything to Chen Xiang in the future. Master, are you going to Demon Subduing Academy? The voice of a child could be heard. Chen Xiang immediately knew that this was Xiao Chao's voice. Of course, kid, you can't have also stepped into the extreme realm, are you? Chen Xiang rubbed his small bald head as he asked in astonishment. Ever since my power awakened, my speed of improvement has been very quick. About 10 days ago, I entered the extreme realm. Right now, it's the early stage of the spiritual martial realm. Xiao Chou smiled complacently. Master, I feel that I can defeat you now. Don't worry, even if I can defeat you, I am still your disciple, because you are the one who made me understand that it takes a current attitude to increase my strength. Chen Xiang slapped his little baldy and said with a smile, Little brat, you still haven't changed your arrogant habits. Now if you fight me again, I can also beat you until you cry and pee. Off. No way. Xiao Chou was full of confidence now because after he had stepped into the extreme realm, he felt his strength had increased by many times. I will have a chance to convince you. Let's not talk about this for now. You also studied at the Demon Subduing Academy? Chen Xiang asked. Yeah. The guys there are all very strong. Right now it's a holiday, so I come back to take a look. Xiao Chou said, but there was something hidden in his eyes. Were you bullied inside? Chen Xiang laughed. No, not at all. I was just pestered by Big Sister Ling who wants to fight with me. Master, you know that she is your little sister. If I would be injured by her if I were to lightly beat her, while I would hurt her if I took so bad, so I could only avoid her. Xiao Chou sighed. Chen Xiang laughed. That's the girl. Right, are there any uses for what you learned in the school? Chen Xiang asked curiously. It's a little useful. It contains a lot of knowledge about fiendish demons. For example, the types of fiendish demons, as well as some weaknesses of fiendish demons, and so on. There are also some martial arts techniques that can deal with fiendish demons, but those are very difficult to learn. Is that because you are so stupid? Chen Xiang laughed. Of course not, Big Sister Lung and Mistress won't be able to learn it even if they entered 10 days earlier than me. If I was stupid, they would be even more stupid than me. Xiao Chou grunted. It could be seen that he had been thoroughly bullied by Xue Xianxian and Ling Yulan. Xue Xianxian had been following Chen Xiang around in the wild since she was very young, so she was also a mischievous master. Now that she was with a girl who only wished to stir up chaos in the world, one could imagine it. The academy is on for 5 days and then rest for another 2. I will first be quiet and peaceful, then after 2 days, I will go to the academy and ask teachers to give me some points. Xiao Chou clenched his small fists. He couldn't wait to have a match with Chen Xiang right now. Chen Xiang patted his head and said with a smile, "Then you'd better enjoy yourself for the next 2 days." Xiao Chou was from the huge Strength clan. He was born to be with a big strength, while his divine power in later age would be more powerful. However, Chen Xiang was not afraid of him. Even though his cultivation level did not increase, his physical body, divine sense, and flames was far beyond that before. Through the teleportation formation, Chen Xiang arrived at the king's continent. Then, he used the teleportation formation on the king's continent to teleport himself to the entrance of the demon-subduing academy. The academy was built in a dangerous mountain range on the king's continent. It took up a lot of space, and its buildings were very grand. A tall stone building was as big as a mountain. From afar, it looked like a castle lived in by a giant. The majestic feelings made Chen Xiang afraid in a look. This incomparably large academy was surrounded by high walls. Chen Xiang could feel the terrifying formation power from the entrance. He was certain that even someone of Huang Jintian's level wouldn't be able to force his way in. The entrance of the academy was very large. It was a huge iron gate that was open, and on both sides of the gate were several tens of armored guards with sharp blades in their hands. Chen Xiang directly walked in, but was stopped in his tracks, while caused him to feel a little suspicious since others weren't stopped. "Where's your school medallion?" a guard asked. His voice was cold and filled with a terrifying killing intent. It could be seen that these guards were no ordinary people. Furthermore, they were all decisive killing individuals. Now, Chen Xiang felt more and more that this school was not simple. From the looks of things, it was more powerful than any other faction in the mortal martial realm. "I want to enter the Demon Fighter Academy to study. I only heard the news recently," Chen Xiang explained. "Go over there is a special sage at the city wall. If you can pass through that sage, you will have the right to study in the Demon-Subduing Academy." One of the guards pointed in a direction. Chen Xiang retreated a few steps and saw that there were many small doors on one wall. However, there was only one that was open. Chapter 499 Blody Saber-Teethed Tiger. Chapter 499b Rel. Oody Saber-Teethed Tiger. Without any consideration, Chen Xiang walked towards the gate of city wall. Right now, he was in a hurry to find Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan. "Kid, are you sure you want to go in?" a guard said suddenly. "Of course, what's wrong? Could it be that the academy no longer accepts students?" Chen Xiang stopped walking. "Don't you know that the sage is the hardest one? Those less difficult sages have all been closed because the Demon-Subduing Academy has already recruited enough students. If anyone wants to enter later, he or she can only go through the most difficult sage." The guard sneered. "Got it," Chen Xiang replied. He did not care about it at all, but strode over. "You will definitely fail if you take this path. No one has been able to pass through it successfully until now. Moreover, you're alone. That sageway is originally reserved for those teams with the team consciousness to take," the guard said again. Chen Xiang scratched his head. "This is the only way for me to enter the Demon-Subduing Academy, right?" "Exactly. Then I have to take it. Stop talking nonsense and watch your door carefully." Chen Xiang curled his lips and leaped towards the small door under the city wall. Chen Xiang did not feel anything inside except for a wave of cool breeze. He was not afraid of it at all right now. Instead, he was looking forward to it because he wanted to test the might of the White Tiger Divine Weapon, the Hand of God of Slaughter. The harder the challenge was, the more possible for him to test the might of the White Tiger Divine Weapon. After walking in, Chen Xiang immediately became vigilant. He quickly reached the end without encountering any dangers, which caused him to doubt. Previously, the guard had said that this place was like the HELL, but now it was so calm. Could it be behind this door? Chen Xiang touched the thick stone door and slowly pushed it open. Plussing open the stone door, Chen Xiang saw a dazzling white light before him. He walked out of the stone door and arrived at a circular arena surrounded by high walls. This made him feel like he was in a coliseum. However, this coliseum was very large and was several hundred meters wide. It was enveloped by a very powerful formation. Dang, dang, dang. A bell suddenly rang out, and someone cried out in alarm, "Someone is coming, someone is walking through the death pass." Sage again! Chen Xiang frowned as he looked around, but he did not see anything. He could only see that there were many people on the high walls. They were all good-looking, and their faces were all filled with expressions of amuse. Ent as they chatted with their companions. The Colosseum was used to please people. Sometimes it was a fight between beasts, and sometimes it was a battle between humans and beasts. Generally, it was a battle between divine sense. That formation is so powerful. It's very difficult to get in from the top or from the bottom. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang stood in the middle of the Colosseum. He looked at the people standing on the high walls, searching for his familiar face. However, he didn't see any of them. Is that Chen Xiang? I've seen him fighting in a martial art contest on the King's continent. He's really amazing! A man suddenly shouted. Chen Xiang. This name was extremely well known in the mortal martial realm, especially among the younger generation. This was because Chen Xiang was a peak existence among the younger generation. Regardless of whether it was in terms of alchemy or strength, it was extremely difficult to not know him. It's really Chen Xiang. I did not expect that he would come to the Demon Subduing Academy. This guy must have been in closed-door cultivation. He's really working hard in a closed-door cultivation all day, no wonder he's so strong. Is this the strongest young man in the mortal martial realm? I'd like to see how good he is. A young man dressed in luxurious clothing said. You are from another world. You have never seen his martial arts with your own eyes, so you can't feel his power. At this moment, everyone was discussing the famous Chen Xiang, especially when they found out that Chen Xiang had turned the Fire God Shrine's most powerful young man into a meat patty 2 or 3 months ago. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He's facing a profound beast whose strength is almost in the second rank of profound beast. The previous team of 8 were defeated quickly. Can he pass alone? A man said. That's hard to say. That profound beast is indeed very strong. Even though it is only a first-rank profound beast, several spirit marital realm martial artists could not defeat it. However, Chen Xiang can always do some amazing things. Chen Xiang suddenly caught this part of the conversation. He knew that he was facing a dangerous situation, and it was actually a powerful first-rank profound beast. He looked at a huge black iron door on the stone wall. He guessed that the profound beast was hiding behind that big black iron door. The iron gate opened and a wave of killing intent rushed out. However, Chen Xiang did not see any profound beast. He only saw a white-bearded old man slowly walking out. Are you young hero Chen? The old man asked. The Demon Subduing Academy must have heard of what Chen Xiang did in the mortal martial realm. Moreover, Chen Xiang was the person they paid the most attention to. Although he had a grudge with many sects, he was forced to do so from his perspective. Of course, the most important factor was that Chen Xiang was wanted by the Demon God token of the demon world, and the Demon Subduing Academy knew everything about the demon world. When they found out that a kid from the mortal world was wanted by such a rank, they were all incomparably shocked, because only someone angered the Demon God. Would he or she be wanted by the Demon God token? Thus, from the perspective of the Demon Subduing Academy, Chen Xiang must have committed an act of offending a Demon God. Even the immortals of the heaven realm would find it difficult to accomplish such an act. Chen Xiang shrugged his shoulders and said, Yes. It seems like I must defeat you to enter the demon-subduing academy, right? The white-mustached old man laughed. Do you think you can win against me? Of course not, but I can burn your white beard. The old man subconsciously stroked his white beard. He smiled and said, You are just as the rumors say. You really are an arrogant fellow. I am not your component. The big guy behind me is. As soon as the old man's voice fell, a shocking tiger's roar suddenly rang out. It reverberated throughout the huge circular coliseum like thunder exploding beside Chen Xiang's ears. That killing intent also filled the coliseum. After the roar, a giant tiger that looked like a giant elephant came out. Its entire body was blood-red. It showed 2 giant teeth and slowly walked out. Each step caused the ground to shake, making puing, puing, puing sounds, which was extremely terrifying. It appeared. The BLOODY saber-teethed tiger. A man screamed. The BLOODY saber-teethed tiger. It was a very brutal type of demon beast that could grow up. This kind of demon beast was also the most terrifying. A demon beast that transformed into a profound beast. It could be imagined how many lives it had killed. It had been a long time since Chen Xiang lastly fought with such a giant creature. However, he had not even a tiny bit of fear at all, which caused many people to admire him. Previously, there were also some people who took this route, but after seeing the huge BLOODY saber-teethed tiger, the majority of them left. Only a few teams dared to try and challenge it. Are you sure you want to fight this big guy? Ain't you afraid of death? The long-bearded old man asked with a smile. Chen Xiang smiled. Are you sure you wanted to duel with me? Ain't you afraid of its death? Such an arrogant kid. Since that's the case, I want to see just what kind of capabilities you have. The old man gently leaped into the air and stood on top of the high wall, overlooking the Colosseum. Chapter 500 The Shock of Purgatory. Chapter 500 The Shock of Purgatory. The BLOODY saber-teethed tiger immediately roared again and again as it saw the old man walking away. Its huge body spewed out waves of killing intent, with which it intended to intimidate Chen Xiang. What made Chen Xiang amused was that he was even able to defeat the white tiger, which was a divine beast in tiger species, let alone a tiger that had not completely evolved. Ever since he arrived here, a pair of white boxing gloves had appeared on Chen Xiang's hands. This was very normal. Some of the martial artists had gloves on, so he didn't care about his hands that were possessed by the hand of G.O.D. of slaughter. Today, I will use the white tiger divine weapon to test the effects of fighting tigers. Chen Xiang's heart was filled with excitement. He clenched his fists tightly, waiting for the right moment to make his move. The BLOODY saber-teethed tiger roared, but Chen Xiang was not intimidated, which made it feel that it was been underestimated. Immediately, the tiger flew into a rage and pounced towards Chen Xiang with an angry roar. At the same time, a stream of black air gushed out from its BLOODY mouth. Too slow. Just as the BLOODY saber-teethed tiger pounced, Chen Xiang dodged it in an instant. He arrived beside the gigantic tiger's body and punched towards its mountain-like abdomen. At the moment Chen Xiang threw out his fist, the true qi in his body was like a surging river, spewing out from his dantian and entering his arms through all kinds of small and big meridians. It rushed into his fist and exploded with a strong impact, which was shot out through the hand of G.O.D. of slaughter. The power could be said to be earth-shattering. After a quick explosion of air, it punched on the giant body of the tiger. With a loud sound, the Colosseum shook violently. The huge tiger body was sent flying by Chen Xiang's punch and crashed into the tall stone wall. The strong impact created a shockwave that swept away the dust on the ground, forming a gale that blew against the stone wall, creating a majestic atmosphere. As soon as Chen Xiang's feet touched the ground, He shot forward like an arrow towards the Bloody saber-teethed tiger. This time, Chen Xiang's fists danced wildly, forming countless fist shadows that covered the sky. The fist shadows surged and the air cracked, creating bursts of explosive sounds as it hit the Bloody saber-teethed tiger's body. The attack caused the saber-toothed blood tiger to constantly curl up into a ball. Although it let out a painful roar, the sound was hidden by the explosion from Chen Xiang's fist. This shocking scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They suddenly suspected that the Bloody saber-teethed blood tiger had not eaten for many days and had become so weak. It was forced to the wall and crazily beaten up without any strength to fight back. Currently, only the Bloody saber-teethed tiger itself knew how much pain it was suffering, especially the power in Chen Xiang's fist that made it afraid. That power caused its soul to tremble. It could not retaliate, but undertaking the explosion-like fist. The Bloody saber-teethed tiger was a tiger species, so it was most afraid of the white tiger. While the gloves in Chen Xiang's hand was made from a white tiger's body. It contained the unique power of the white tiger, and after Chen Xiang used his heaven and earth true qi, its strength increased even more. Not long after, the Bloody saber-teethed tiger was drenched in blood, which made its red fur become even redder. The toughness of the tiger's skin was completely covered in Bloody holes from Chen Xiang's explosive fists. How boring! It is too scared to fight back. Chen Xiang was very unhappy in his heart, because he couldn't test out the might of the white tiger divine weapon. After fighting for a while, the Bloody saber-teethed tiger let out waves of soft howls, whereas Chen Xiang suddenly retreated to the center of the Colosseum. The people who were still shocked by Chen Xiang's berserk fist techniques, but now they were still unable to understand. Chen Xiang could have continued on and killed the Bloody creature. However, Chen Xiang didn't think this way. If he were to continue, he didn't know how long he would be fighting. He just wanted to end it as quickly as possible. What is he doing? A person screamed as he saw a pair of huge fire wings suddenly appear on Chen Xiang's back. These are his true qi fire wings. I heard they can become very big. There was no need to hear anymore because everyone had seen with their own eyes how big Chen Xiang's fire wings were. It stretched out to a width of several hundred feet and enveloped the Colosseum. This circular Colosseum was clearly shocked by Chen Xiang's huge fire wings. Purgatory tornado. Chen Xiang's body suddenly began to spin crazily. The Bloody saber-teethed tiger that had just obtained a chance to breathe was immediately swept up by the wildfire dragon. Not to mention a giant Bloody saber-teethed tiger, even a huge mountain would be swept away by this crazy tornado. Chen Xiang's wings were like a reamer. As they rotated, they released a tornado at the same time. The people on top of the high wall were all dumbstruck, because the circular Colosseum in front of them was filled with flames. The violent and frenzied roars made it seem extremely terrifying when it rotated, as if it was a purgatory. There were already quite a few people who slowly backed away. They were afraid of being caught in it. Although there was a formation to block it, some people couldn't help feeling fear. They knew they wouldn't feel good after being caught in it. This brat, the old man with white beard, also expressed a shock on his faces. He was pouring his energy into the formation to stabilize it. "Go right now!" the white-mustached old man roared. His voice awakened those people who were still dazed and fled the Colosseum with a face full of fear. At present, Chen Xiang's flame was highly formidable. It was not the pure fire of the vermilion bird, but the heaven and earth fire stimulated by the heaven and earth true qi. This kind of flame was originally very violent, but now that Chen Xiang released it, the scorching heat eroded the foundation of the formation and slowly destroyed them. It can't hold on any longer. The old man was sweating profusely. At the same time, a wildly spinning pillar of fire suddenly shot out from the Colosseum and shot straight up into the sky. An incomparably terrifying heat spread in all directions, incinerating all the things around the Colosseum into ashes. At this moment, everyone in the demon-subduing academy could see the huge pillar of fire suddenly erupting and feel the whole school being enveloped in a terrible heat, which made them hard to breathe. "You won! Stop it!" the old man with white beard shouted. He could not forcibly stop Chen Xiang because he did not want Chen Xiang to be injured. Chen Xiang hurriedly withdrew his hand. The BLOODY sword-teethed tiger that was swept up in the air also fell to the ground. Just as it was about to hit the ground, it was stopped by the old man with white beard. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I have wasted so much true qi?" Chen Xiang slowly descended as he giggled. The old man with white beard looked at the ruins of Colosseum and smiled bitterly. "How would I know that you are so savage, not knowing how to show any mercy?" Chapter 501 Challenge of a Female Overlord. Chapter 501 Challenge of a Female Overlord. The BLOODY saber-teethed tiger was indeed very strong. After receiving so many attacks from Chen Xiang, it was still able to stand up. However, because Chen Xiang had the white tiger divine weapon, the BLOODY saber-teethed tiger did not have any strength to retaliate. It was scared. Just like that, Chen Xiang followed the long-bearded old man and left the Colosseum, which had been a ruin, then came to a huge mountain-like building. They were inside a huge hall. "This is the medallion of the demon-subduing academy. Once you bring it with you, you can enter and leave at your will. I am Zhao Tao, the Chancellor of the Academy. I am in charge of a lot of issues here," Zhao Tao said. After Chen Xiang received the medallion, he asked, "What do students mainly study in the demon-subduing academy? I am very curious as to why you are willing to give so much and expend so much resources to build an academy." Zhao Tao sighed. "We are selfless. We have to do that to prevent so many mortal realms from being destroyed. Although these mortal realms are in different SPACs from the heavenly realm, they are more or less related to each other. 100,000 years ago, many of the mortal realms were occupied by demons. At that time, the heavenly realm was greatly affected. Right now, many of the mortal realms have yet to recover from the previous great war between the three realms. If we don't do that, there will be more mortal realms being destroyed. By then, the tunnels among the three realms will probably keep opened. Does the Fire God Shrine think the same way?" Chen Xiang frowned and asked. "No, the Fire God Shrine wants to inflict wealth on the dead, but they are too naive. They think that they alone are enough to defeat the demons. This is wishful thinking. Demons and humans are different. Demons have innate and special powers. They are much stronger in terms of physical body and vitality than humans." Chen Xiang was secretly shocked. The reason why the Fire God Shrine came to the mortal martial realm was exactly as the same he guessed. Is the Fire God Shrine really an evil power that specializes in stealing fire spirits? Chen Xiang asked in a deep voice. Zhao Tao was stunned for a moment. He nodded with a serious expression on his face. Yes. However, they have not left any evidence behind to prove that they have done such a thing. Nor do we have any evidence to prove that they have committed such act. Now that we're here, they won't dare to act rashly. Chen Xiang nodded his head in relief. You can stay here. There will be courses arranged every day, which will allow you to gain a deeper understanding of the demon world. Then, you will learn martial skills, a few martial skills that are specialized in suppressing demons. It's just extremely difficult to learn. It's already good enough if 300 out of 3,000 students could master these skills. As for learning martial arts, Chen Xiang didn't have anything to worry about. He was already proficient in many martial arts and could use his own experience to learn other martial arts. What kind of fantasy residence do you want to live? Zhao Tao asked. Chen Xiang scratched his head and Embark. Sedley said, My wife is here too. Can I live with her? Zhao Tao chuckled, Of course you could. If that's the case, I don't need to talk too much about the things that are important in the academy. I'll just let her tell you. The old man's gaze made Chen Xiang blush. After learning the location of Shui Xianxian's residence from Zhao Tao, Chen Xiang left the huge stone SKYSC. Per and quickly walked towards a small hill. Over there were the students' living quarters, all built by themselves. When Chen Xiang said by a huge circular house, he suddenly heard a string of curses coming from inside the door. Bastard. Why did someone at the peak of the spiritual martial realm come here to join in the fun? You're so much stronger than me, even if you win against me, you won't be proud. Miss Lung, you possess the Frost Wind Divine Technique and a powerful treasure. You are at a great advantage, at most I won't use my weapon. A man's voice sounded again. Hearing Ling Yulan's voice, Chen Xiang immediately stopped his footsteps and walked towards the huge circular building. After entering the gate, he saw many square fighting stages that were 20 to 30 feet wide. What a powerful formation! The forces of the heavenly realm are truly powerful. Chen Xiang was secretly shocked. Even though he saw the array foundation, he could use the special energy released by the formation to determine the quality of a formation. Ling Yulan was standing on top of a martial stage with a huge white sword in her hand. Chen Xiang could tell with a glance that the sword was made of the white jade dragon bone. It was the same for the weapons of Lu Menjie and Shui Xianxian. It was an extraordinary weapon in the mortal realm. Ling Yulan had a head of beautiful white hair that was scattered all over her back, making her very eye-catching. Hence, many people were paying attention to her. Her beautiful and cold face, her fiery red armor, and her huge white sword made her appear extremely domineering. With just a glance, one was able to tell that she was a woman that was not to be trifled with, but also a woman who stimulated men's desire to conquer. At this moment, Ling Yulan was looking at the man in front of her with a cold and murderous gaze. What do you think? Do you want to compete? The rather good-looking man smiled as a crafty glint flashed in his eyes. Ling Yulan frowned and shewed an angry expression. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Xiang shouted from afar, Yulan! After the opening of the Demon Subduing Academy, Ling Yulan and Shui Xianxian had entered very early, so she was very famous there, especially her way of doing things and her valiant character, which left a deep impression on other people. In a place for students to compete martial artists, she always showed up in her ruthless fighting style. But now, this woman shewed a gentle look in her eyes as she looked into the distance, then she flew over to the direction. Brother! Ling Yulan shouted. Her gentle and sweet voice made many people think that they had heard wrongly. Ling Yulan hadn't seen Chen Xiang for a long time. Now that Chen Xiang had arrived, she was extremely happy and hurriedly flew into Chen Xiang's embrace. Little girl, you still want to fight so much? Chen Xiang gently stroked Ling Yulan's soft white hair. Long Xue once said that Ling Yulan had the bloodline of the white dragon and was born from the union of a human and a dragon. Thus, the power hidden in her body was very strong. Hearing the discussion of the men behind her, Ling Yulan turned her head abruptly and glared viciously at them, causing many to shut their mouths immediately. They couldn't afford to offend a tyrant like Ling Yulan. I have something on today, so I can't compete anymore. But I will definitely wrinkle you up some day else. Ling Yulan shouted to the man on the stage and suddenly left while holding Chen Xiang's arm. Chen Xiang laughed. Yulan, am I delaying you? Ling Yulan stuck out her tongue, of course. I know you're in a hurry to see Sister Xianxian, so I have to bring you there immediately. To make up for it, brother, you have to fight with me. I've been waiting it for a long time. Chen Xiang sighed helplessly. Just as Lu Menjie said, every day Ling Yulan would think of defeating him. He bitterly smiled and said, Alright, when the time comes, just don't cry for being kicked by me. Chapter 502 The Fairy Has Grown Up. Chapter 502 The Fairy Has Grown Up. Ling Yulan and Xue Xianxian lived at halfway up the mountain. It was a very small mansion that Ling Yulan pointed out to Chen Xiang from far away. Yulan, why ain't Xianxian living with you? Chen Xiang asked. Ling Yulan was a hot-blooded woman. Without Xue Xianxian by her side, she made Chen Xiang worried that she would cause troubles. She's cultivating that kind of deadly martial arts. It's specifically for dealing with fiendish demons. That's too difficult to learn. I learned to be stuffy, so I came out to relax. When Ling Yulan mentioned that martial art, her face was full of boredom. Chen Xiang pinched her cheek and said with a smile, Xianxian is so diligent, how can you be lazy? You still have to learn that kind of martial art. In the future, when you deal with fiendish demons, it could save you a lot of efforts. Got it, bro? Ling Yulan held on to Chen Xiang's arm and asked with a smile, when will you compete with me in martial arts? I can't wait. What about right now? Chen Xiang shook his head and sighed. No matter what, I have to see Xianxian first, right? I miss her so much. It's a rare opportunity to see you since Sister Menger always hide you guys. You will have countless chance in the future. You two are couples after all. Ling Yulan laughed. Well, Yulan, what were you doing there? Fighting with others? Chen Xiang asked curiously. Exactly. That is the martial field of the Demon Subduing Academy. You can freely contest with others inside, and there is a powerful defensive formation that allows you to display your skills. However, you can't take other people's lives, otherwise it would be troublesome. Ling Yulan answered with excitement. For a belligerent person like her, that place was a paradise. Other people were relaxing during the break, but she was playing martial arts. Brother, where do you live? Ling Yulan giggled and said, I will often come to find you later. There's no need to look for me. I'll just stay with you guys. You won't mind, right? When Ling Yulan heard this, she happily cheered. Of course not. I can't wish for anything better. Right, I remember that only by defeating that tiger could someone be able to enter the academy right now. Brother, how did you get in here? Chen Xiang faintly smiled. You are right. There is indeed only one path. How do you think I got in? Ling Yulan frowned and asked in surprise. Brother, did you defeat the tiger? What? You don't believe it? Chen Xiang triumphantly said. He originally thought that this would scare off this belligerent little sister, but who knew that Ling Yulan would once again cheer up. Of course, I believe in you. I know that you are very strong. I've been wanting to beat up that tiger for a long time, so I kept roaring and making noise until I went to sleep. However, I was stopped by Sister Xianxian. Brother, quickly tell me about the situation at that time. Chen Xiang pinched her nose and said with a smile, That tiger is really hard to deal with. Fortunately, you are stopped by Xianxian. What? You don't believe I can beat that tiger? I am very powerful. Brother, quickly tell her how you defeated that tiger. Come on. The usually cold and callous Ling Yulan was acting coquettish now, and it seems that she was good at it. Chen Xiang was curious as to how she did it. Chen Xiang was helpless and could only explain how he defeated the BLOODY saber-teethed tiger. In order to show his power in front of his younger sister, he added amazing plots to his narration. As they were bragging, they soon arrived at the small house halfway up the mountain. Sister Xianxian, your man is here. Ling Yulan laughed loudly, then rudely opened the door and dragged Chen Xiang inside. Once inside, Chen Xiang saw Xue Xianxian holding a long white jade spear stabbing a scarecrow with mysterious step. As she flew and danced within the garden, her white clothes fluttered in the air like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. It was obvious that she was contemplating deeply without noticing her surrounding. Seeing this, Ling Yulan leaped forward, brandished the sword in her hand, and fiercely slashed at the white jade spear held by Xue Xianxian. Xue Xianxian's reaction was very fast. She hurriedly dodged, then lightly kicked the blade of the sword. "Stop messing around." Chen Xiang laughed. Hearing Chen Xiang's voice, Xue Xianxian immediately looked over, while Chen Xiang had already arrived in front of her and tightly hugged her. "Xianxian, I missed you so much." Chen Xiang stared at her pair of gorgeous eyes and said, "Darling Xiang, I missed you too." Xue Xian stood on her tiptoes and kissed Chen Xiang's lips as she smiled sweetly. Ling Yulan pouted and said, "He said the same thing when he saw me." Even though the house was small, it was S.P. a size enough for 3 people to stay there. Xue Xianxian was very happy when she found out that Chen Xiang was going to stay here. It had been a long time since she and Chen Xiang lived together, so that was a rare opportunity. "Xianxian, were you at the Frozen Wind Valley all this time?" Chen Xiang was extremely curious about their cultivation experience. The fast speed at which their strength was rising was difficult to understand. He knew that he could grow fast only because of his Dan, but the 2 girls did not have the pills. Xue Xianxian nodded. "There is a forbidden area in the Frozen Wind Valley, which is very suitable for us who possess the ice-fire vein to cultivate in. Our master had cultivated there for a very long time before, and she would sometimes join us. We're at the pinnacle now. Big brother, when are you going to compete with me in martial arts?" Ling Yulan asked. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. "Well, let's do it tomorrow." Chen Xiang was filled with helplessness on his face, while Xue Xianxian was laughing on the side. "Xianxian, sleep with me tonight." Chen Xiang grinned. His proposal made Xue Xianxian blush, but she still nodded her head. "How can that be? Sister Xianxian always sleep with me, I can't sleep alone. I want to sleep with you guys as well," Ling Yulan said with a pout. "Well," Chen Xiang felt embarrassed. Said. Xue Xianxian smiled charmingly and said, "Then come. Anyway, we haven't seen each other for a long time, so it's fine if we sleep together and chat." At this time, Ling Yulan suddenly thought of something and said, "It seems like I should avoid you guys now so that you can kiss and reminisce. Master seems to have said so." With that, she walked out of the room with a strange look on her face. "Yulan is like this. As long as you have a good relations, HI+P with her, she will always stick to you. Normally, she's always sticking to me and Master. In the future, she might also stick to you. However, she doesn't like talking with people who are not on close to her," Xue Xianxian said with a smile. Chen Xiang smiled naughtily and said, "Now we definitely should kiss and reminisce." Xue Xianxian let out a small sigh as she looked at Chen Xiang with deep emotions. At this time, Chen Xiang had picked her up and let her sit on his lap. "I heard from Master that you've suffered quite a bit these days," Xue Xianxian whispered. Her expression could not hide the pain in her heart. Her lily-white hands gently caressed Chen Xiang's handsome face that was full of impressions of wind and frost. "It's fine, I'm good right now." Chen Xiang lightly smiled and grabbed onto Xue Xianxian's jade-like hand, then lowered his head to kiss the cherry-red lips. Xue Xianxian let out a light sign. At this time, she felt a big hand from Chen Xiang reach into her clothes, caressing her 2 straight snowy peaks, and gently pinching the cherries on the snowy peaks. This caused her to blush and her breath to quicken. Chen Xiang was turned on as he caressed her tits. He was unable to stop himself from doing so. Instead, he slightly increased his strength as he said, "My little fairy has grown up. She's mature enough."